Broke people care more about the money. If you've been broke your whole life, that's like being underwater. As soon as somebody's gonna give you some oxygen, you're taking it. But I'm not excusing it. I wasn't broke my whole life.
Right.
I was never broke. My version of broke is completely different than most. Like I said, people that are broke will do anything to not be broke. They justify not being honorable to do it. It's just don't look the other way. Money is not real. It's not backed by gold. And as you see, they're creating currencies daily. So don't do anything for money. Do things for love. And then you'll be protected and you'll know what real wealth is. Why not do it yourself? If you get 100 people in the room, you get 100,000.
Right.
It's just a little harder work. It's the advance money. If you've been broke your whole life and someone's going to give you something that's going to make you like all of a sudden be in another social circle,
yes,
then you're going to do it when you're young. You've been broke your whole life and somebody's going to make you rich like that, or at least what you perceive as rich, you're taking it. So, people know how to trigger people. It's a program.
Yeah, so that's Dame Dash. He's just, one of his many pieces of wisdom. I am just basically getting off panel of art new styles panel, and it just kind of helped me come up with this topic. This is going to be like a series, like financial defense. You know what I'm saying? People always think about, offense, such as I need to make money, I need to save money, I need to, create a budget, I need to uh, stop spending money on coffee or whatever. Those are like offensive moves, you know, some of them are mixed with defense, right? So the thing is that people don't think of defense like I need to, take care of my health because if I get older, I'm gonna have to spend a lot of my money towards health care if I want to live. So the thing is that one of the things that um, kind of people don't really take serious is that everything matters. Everything everything matters. It matters. I'm in Chicago. I'm in Midwest or whatever. It's minus below zero basically. Very very cold. Usually happens after sizable snowstorm hits the ground. Ground starts to get cold, and then it gets colder. And then the air it gets cold. It's just this big, kind of system that moves in. The thing is that it matters that you have a coat on or some gloves on. Your mom's voice comes in your head. Put some gloves on. Put a coat on. And I mean, I know of some people that one of the things that I notice about the cold weather is that white people tend to do better in the cold weather. I've even met I've lived with I had some roommates that were white that they had to have the AC on like pumping all the time. Like they wanted it like a cool, crisp environment all the time. And they said that, even in the wintertime, they'll have the windows open because they just kind of like that cold temperature. Well, black people don't tend to do that. No, it's some black folks that have the fan blowing and stuff like that, but that's not never something that I picked up from black folks. Okay, black folks tend to not want to turn the AC on because it drive the bill up and all of that. But the thing is that that's a defensive move. That's what I mean by financial defense. Trying to save some money is a defensive move. You know, uh, it is what I'm talking about. Financial defense. Your defense is your best offense. So the thing is that when it comes to everything matters, it does matter if you have a coat on, if you have your correct, winter attire, a scarf, some type of hat. They got the poo shiesty masks now that have the mask, and well, at least I got one. I got a, every time I put it on, man, I just be like, damn, I'm just this, nerdy thug. Like I go to work with my poo shiesty mask, um, but it's a insulated hat. It covers your face, your entire face, other than your nose and your eyes. I mean, typically you would even have a scarf because it can get really cold. Like other parts of the country even gets colder than Chicago. And you know, like in Minnesota, it gets even colder. You go to South Dakota, go up in Canada, it gets really, really cold. So the thing is that if you don't think that things matter or you don't think things through, and you go outside or you travel somewhere and basically you're not used to the weather, you know, you don't have a coat, you coming from like down south or something like that, and then you come up north and then you don't have a coat on. You got maybe some light jacket. You gonna be like, damn, I gotta go buy me a coat as soon as possible. Or you gonna run from the hotel to the car or whatever. You probably gonna bring some hoodies and some sweaters if you're smart. So it's like, yeah, it gets really, really cold. And you start to, and here's the thing about everything matters. Those things, one of the things about cold weather and extreme cold weather and hot weather, everything that you were ignoring, it comes to the head. It gets exploited. This is the time that everyone just really gets exposed for, because the winter actually is it's not the time that you're supposed to get what you need. The summer is when you prepare for the fall and winter. The fall is like the last point of, I need to really get things together because winter is coming. Okay. Summer, usually you get older and wiser and smarter, or just smarter. You prepare for the winter in the summer. You make sure you got your furnace running. You make sure you got your, basically whatever heating device that you have, you make sure that's up and running because it is about to get cold. It is about to be freezing temperatures. You don't want to be out in the cold. So you're going to make sure you got your furnace running. You're going to make sure you got your number for you might want to have your HVAC come out and do a tune up on your furnace before, you know, winter starts setting in. You want to make sure, like myself, I have a wood stove as a backup. You want to make sure actually you got a wood pile. Every year I've gotten better at processing wood. I've gotten better at being a lumberjack. Um, Shout out to the women that like me chopping wood. Um, but the thing is that you want to prepare a wood pile for the times that it gets cold. Every year I get, my first year, I was basically new to chopping wood. other than, maybe when I was a kid or something like that. But I had to learn the different axes that you need. You need not just a regular axe, you need a maul. A maul is like, you gotta look at like weapons. Like a maul is like a shotgun to an axe, like a gun. It just, the blast of the chop of a maul is more pounds per pressure, more torque that you putting on that particular piece of wood than just a regular axe. And then you might want to sharpen the maul as well. And it's just like these things I had to learn, the first year, what I need, what tools do I need to get. Okay, I need kindling wood because I can't just light a big old log
Yeah, so I basically I had an issue with my phone. It was actually charging. So yeah, everything matters. Everyone. Everything matters. So, having your phone on, 2% while going live, yeah, even if you wanted that to work, most likely that's going to not work depending on the phone. So yeah, I think I was talking about chopping wood, and I was talking about the first year, having my wood stove, because that was actually my primary source of heat. Other than that, and propane tanks, and, um, propane, and not even propane. I was dealing with kerosene. I had kerosene heaters the first year. I was working on my house, and I had got the wood stove and the chimney and everything. And the thing is that yeah, everything matters because if first year I didn't really have a lot of wood. I was chopping it, you know, in the winter. I was I was struggling to try to keep up wood to this wood stove. I mean, the struggle was severely much of a struggle. I even got a burn on my hand, like a small burn that's permanent. It was very, very terrible. I learned to get gloves. Okay, everything matters. Okay, because a lot of times, what people can tell is that um, people don't understand this. This is very, very important. Everything matters. Okay. Um, the first year I had to learn what I needed to get. I needed to get gloves. I had to get, high temperature resistant gloves. I had to, make sure that I had adequate wood for the season before it started. So I was like basically learn. I had to chop wood in the summertime. Actually, really, if you really wanted to do well, start chopping wood in the springtime. And then by the time the next cold frost, or probably about late winter when you'll start using the wood stove, you basically you'll have enough wood to basically supply you all throughout the winter, because you'll be chopping wood from spring to fall, and then you'll have a surplus of wood. Worst case scenario, you run out, and you also know where to source wood. So I had to learn all of this. I started first year with just an axe. I had to, I said before, make kindling wood to light the fire, because you can't just light a log. Lighting a log, it don't work unless the log is extremely dry. Um, it's like, I'm talking extremely dry. Like it's some wood experts that they know how to get the wood extremely dry and basically unexposed from the weather. A lot of like this wood farm that I learned that was there like 2 years, like 2 years in of my experience. Actually the first year, but the tail end of it I learned about it. Um they don't have wood that's dry because the wood is exposed to the elements. It's outside. But if you have wood stored inside, like I normally store my wood inside the garage. Wood takes about 3 to 6 months to dry out, but some of the wood that I buy from like the hardware store, for example, like Menards, they got a Menards in our area, basically in the Midwest, right? They they have this wood so dry that like literally you could set it ablaze, and then it'll start. you could put a lighter to it and it'll light up, but the actual wood that normally people get that they chop themselves, it's not dry enough to you to just light it, and then you don't have to worry about kindling wood or anything. So normally you have to make your own kindling wood, which is like little fine, little small sticks to light the fire, because everything matters. Okay. Um, you know, I say all of that to say, basically everything matters. I mean, now I have an axe that's a maul. I have also, and I have basically one small maul, one big 8 pound husky maul, and then I have a log splitter. I have a manual log splitter. I have, still the same Kindle maker. Um, what else equipment I have to process wood? Um, that is new. That's pretty much it as far as what I have to process wood. Um, Also, another wood source. You got to know your wood source, right? Well, this is black dude, like old black fat black dude, man. I thought the wood was free. Shit, I was going to finding some wood, man. It was already split, but it was old wood, right? It's like old aged wood. And one day, I this is when I knew it wasn't free. Um, I was out there loading my I was loading my car up, with wood, and um some old fat black man came out with big titties, like, man boobs. And he was like, "Hey man, that wood or something, that wood is ain't free or whatever." And he was like, "Man, cost money." I said, "How much it costs?" He's like, $20. And I was like, it's like kind of like I thought this shit was free to, like, I gotta come up about $20. But then I had to humble myself because, yeah, everything matters. Okay, I'm getting my wood from the, white folks for $100. How I'm gonna act, the man asking for, I get a whole backseat load of wood, which I, didn't really want to do that way. I should have packed it even higher because, it was the cleanup from that was just disastrous. But trunk full of wood as well. My trunk would didn't really I didn't store that much in there, but yeah, I mean it was well worth it. But I definitely will be back. I'll be back to get some more of that because it's cheap and I'm gonna I'm gonna bring my van and fill it up, and I've done that before, but this time I'm gonna fill it all the way up. So because you need some type of wood source for that, for if you got a fireplace, um, a wood stove or whatever wood, they even have. Here's the thing: everything matters, right? So my energy bill is it's up there. I already know it's really, my energy bill is like my mortgage. Like other people might have a mortgage. Um, my I don't have a mortgage, but I don't I still have to pay energy costs, gas, electric. So my gas bill usually goes up higher typically like other people in the wintertime, but the wood stove offsets those energy costs, for, basically the furnace. But the problem is this year, because everything matters, right? I did not basically get enough wood. It's been I had a lot of wood. I did better this year because this will be my third year processing wood and everything. I did okay other than last week, about this week actually, I ran out of wood. Um, so now I have to, you know, get wood, buy it, chop down whatever I can. I really don't have anything else to chop down, so um, I have to go pick up some wood. So I mean, I say all of that to say basically that's how everything is. Everything matters. You know, a lot of times the problem that we have in life and who we don't choose and who we choose and what we choose to do, it goes into like, basically the whole concept of everything matters. Like it matters if you um meet someone and out the gate they're just defying what you know your particular expertise or whatever you have as far as whatever you say, they're just going against it, they're giving you pushback. That's a sign, that's a sign that uh you're dealing with somebody that it might be antagonizing and you know and somebody that you probably shouldn't want to be with, you know. So that if you overlook that and you just be like, oh man, she looked good enough for me to sleep with. Yeah, whatever that comes from or whatever that problems and issues that arise from that, you know, that is, you to blame because you didn't realize that that didn't necessarily matter to you, and it was something that you overlooked, and you have to deal with it, you know. You very much have to deal with the blowback from that experience, you know. So yeah, everything matters. That's the first line of, you know, preparing yourself for your defensive moves financially speaking, um, and just even life overall. Everything pretty much matters. It just does. It always has. It's just a lot of times we forget that everything matters. We forget that it matters if I don't save money and I go out every weekend with the friend with the fellas, and then 10 years later I don't have any money saved for any type of house that I want to put a down payment on, um, any type of business move that I want to start. I don't have any money because I didn't save for it. So yeah, everything matters. It always has, and uh, people's mind drifts into fantasy. We drift into fantasy. We drift into lands of delusion. We drift in um, our own interpretation of what we think something is. We try to justify it, by saying, "Oh, it's not needed. It's not, no big deal or whatever." And next thing we know, we're looking up and you know trying to figure out where you're gonna come up with some money. And a lot of times, I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of people are very, very successful financially, because they have the concept very much more than others that everything does matter. Those people, they're living a life that you probably want to live just like them, or even if you know them, if you just so happen to even know them, because basically, um, they know things matter. Things matter, and basically, they understand that, um, basically, if I live my life and I don't plan for it and I don't save money, if I quit my job randomly without any backup plan, if I even just don't take care of myself, then I will lose everything. So I got to take care of myself. I have to prioritize, my life, so I can be productive. So I mean, a lot of things, they do matter. It's just, a lot of people, they look up at people that are successful and they think that they might be privileged, or they got good luck. A lot of people believe in luck, you know. Um and it's not necessarily, what you might think of as luck, you might not understand is someone's basically long-term decisions that they never gave up on. They never gave up on that. If they were working a job, they kept that job. I know people that have worked jobs 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I mean, it's kind of strange a little bit to me, but I understand it in a sense that, this is, you know, you just looking at it from the person's perspective. Okay. You're looking at it from the person's perspective, then you probably won't really understand it. I mean, you could look at it from both perspectives, but looking at a man, or woman that works a job for 30 years, you got to understand they worked that job 30 years. And if it's a pretty decent job and they make a pretty decent income, what they're doing, they're working for a company that's established. Okay, that company is established, and a lot of times before people get a job, they're coming from a situation where they're not established, financially speaking, and they work for a company that's already well established and is able to pay him or her. They continue to, go ride that wave, ride that momentum of that company, of that business, um, till they can no longer do so. So that's why people do that. And then, some people just, it's very difficult to start a business. It's difficult to be an investor. Some people choose their difficulty. It's difficult to work a job. Some people just, they settle in their own comfortable way of dealing with, the difficulty of life. The difficulty of, you know um the cash flow quadrant, which is that, the decision to be an investor, self-employed, an employee, um and business owner, or unemployed, or making money under the table, system D. uh Most people, you have to, you're going to be in one of these quadrants no matter what. um and pretty much, I mean, that's just how capitalism works. That's how society works right now, and it's been working like this for the longest time. I mean, System D goes back into um, just a long time ago. I did a video on society, um, very very good video where I talked about the different types of society, types of like you know people in society and groups in society and stuff like that. Very very good video that I did, and I did that like 4 years ago. Um, it really is good as far as explaining the different types of societies um, within this society. Theological society, um, private, private society, such as your people that's in, organizations and stuff like that, secret organization. They got a handshake. They got some type of, they have meetings behind closed doors, so on and so forth. Um, System D was one of those, parts of society where, actually, it wasn't called System D. It's called the underworld. Underworld. Underworld is like basically people that make money off the books. Okay, that's the underworld. People that make money and do things that are illegal and make money. That's also part of the underworld. Um, so I go in pretty good on that video. And it explains um, kind of more of my sociological background when I was in college. That's what I was going to school for, get my degree in sociology. So the thing is that either way you look at it, you're in one of these systems. You know, it's no, it's no other choice. Even if you're disabled, you're, pretty much just unemployed, I guess, in that case. Um, you're not considered technically unemployed. You're just considered disabled. But I don't. I guess I could change this and put disabled in. I can. I can put it somewhere. I can just write it in the line, just disabled. I don't know, but the drift of it is this is the cash flow quadrant typically that people have. Some people, you know what? Some people were disabled and actually work too. I forgot about that. Some people are disabled and they're they work as well. You know, they get SSI or disability, and then they do DoorDash. Um, you know, do whatever. Do Uber Eats. So yeah, it's as far as things is concerned, a lot of people are very very successful that um, basically are conscious of everything mattering, or the concepts of everything matters. Okay, if you're in physics, you understand that. If you're probably in any sciences, you understand that. Uh, Definitely technology. It under you understand that. So um, yeah, I mean everything definitely it matters. It matters if um, you just whatever reason something happened and you fell off, you know, got divorced or something happened to you and you had to regroup, got sick or something like that, and it might take you 2 or 3 years to recover. You know, financially or health wise and stuff like that. And you got people that have never had any setbacks, such as in the sense that haven't been sick for a long period of time. They they haven't even lost a job. Some people that have never lost a job, they never got an unemployment check, or maybe they got one unemployment check, and that's it. Like, they pride themselves on the fact that they have a job, um, their career, you know. A lot of the people like this, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, they do have very good credit. Um, they um, they have a lifestyle that they can pay for, and they typically have savings, a substantial amount of savings, definitely a 401k that also, you can borrow from your 401k. Um, so a lot of these people they do have some type of, substantial 401k, different retirement accounts that are vested, or that they invest in, or contribute to. Um, a lot of these people, they can, in any given moment, they can go anywhere in the world, because they have the money to do so. Um, a lot of people like this tend to be more uh, workers, like work oriented, or uh, their workhorses, where they always are at the job. They have a reputation at the company that they work for, to be at work. These are like company men that, try to, basically be the best at the company, the best at their role, job, or whatever. And I mean, this differs from different sectors. Like, if you're a state worker or a government worker, depending on where you work, what you do, you have to be there. Like, if you work for, like, the like IDOT, you have to be there. Um, when it's extreme weathers, like where it's like right now, so any snow is on the ground, a lot of ice is on the ground. They do like shifts where, you got to be there, and you got to be on call, and you got to, do 12 hours, because you got to make sure the uh, drivers or the tow trucks have what they need, and all of that type of stuff. So it just differs depending on your job. But the thing is that uh, a lot of people, have, um, they're somewhere in this matrix. What's going on? She said, my wife got a 401k. I got investment. Yeah, that's yeah. If you work jobs, man, there's some people, man, that I know, people I went to high school with. I mean, like, some people don't tell you what happened to them. Yeah, most people are not gonna tell you what happened to them. But a lot of times, man, people have just been just consistent. They, worked probably a company for like 10 years, 5 years, several years, if not longer. And the thing with this is, and this where it goes into my world, which is self-employed world. And I was a business owner, but I was, like, I would say, in between self-employed and business owner. I am still trying to process how to create some type of business system that is substantial. Still in the works. Um, I'm still learning that on the fly. I'm in progress for learning that. A lot of what revolves around in business is basically, it's an advanced form of what you already know. So, for example, if you are, let's say, electrician, you work for an electrical company, or you work for a construction company. Well, basically, business is just advance of what you already do, which is be an employee for a company. You're an electrician for a company. You get paid, you get a paycheck. They deduct your pay and take out whatever, you know, taxes, 401k, insurance, and all of that. Well, you go, and this is typically what people do. They go and open their own business. So if you electrician, you go open an office, and you get, you gotta operate the office. You gotta get the supplies that you need for the office. You yourself are gonna struggle with doing all of this, but you'll probably learn because you gotta answer the phones. I'll say this for myself as a man. I'm just really not in the phones. I'm not in the phone calls. Um, unless it's some good conversation. Some of the best conversations I have is with people that have a similar type of background, a similar situation, um, like I have. Like, if it's not like that, then it's like I'm gonna be honest with you. When you talking to somebody that is not really even nowhere near on the same level as you, it's like you wrestling. The conversation is like wrestling because it's like this person is me way more help than I do. It's like me, like I'm gonna be honest with you. When I talk to my uncle got way more money. He got way more established than I am. But where the similarities are is that, and I definitely learned from my uncle. Right, like my uncle is definitely a very very good example for what I strive to be, but better. I have to say I'm trying to definitely be better. And you should compete with you should outcompete your parents. If you can, you should try to outcompete your whoever. That's all fair. Some people's parents is very difficult for you to compete with. All I can say is I don't know. That's not my experience, because if that's your experience, that means your parents are probably most likely rich. Not necessarily, but you know, the thing is that okay, yeah, I got you, bro. The thing is when it comes down to it, it's like a thing where basically you're dealing with people that can't really understand what you're saying because you you're on a different level. It's like a video game, and you talking to somebody that's already on level 2, and you on level 14. You like, man, I'm trying to tell you how to get there, but you keep cutting me off. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying. I'm trying to I'm trying to help you, get to where I'm at, but you ain't even listening. You know what I'm saying? You still trying to jump off. You jumping off the cliff. Like you playing Mario Brothers. I'm on level 10. I'm getting ready to be Bowser, and you still on level 2, and you stuck. Like, and it's like you gotta understand though. It's like it's levels to this shit. That's why, I think about video games. I was playing chess, and I was like, damn, I be talking about these video game dudes, but I mean at the same time, shit, I'm online playing damn near video games. Old man video games, but video games nonetheless. What's going on, Sheed, man? What's
What,
going
what's going on with you, man?
man? Trying to figure things out and trying to show what I already know, man, to other.
Yeah, it's crazy you having this topic because it's like going into it with your parents, it is like a competition. You know, you should set the bar to where your kids overachieve. Be better than you. That's always throughout history. As a proud mother or father for their kids to gain more access to the things they couldn't. You know,
Yeah.
Prime example is a YouTuber Shannon Ross. He said that back in the 70s, I think well he was born probably like in the 70s or something, but
Yeah.
he was like it was rough for people then,
Oh,
and
okay.
because I think he's about 50, he's about 50. No, so yeah, he's about right on the
Yeah.
cup of that
Yeah. The
because he
70s
was
was rough, man.
yeah, and so he said they came in the middle class. They wasn't poor, but it was middle class. His dad and his mom got to a professional position of teaching and finance. And as far as computer wise, when it's going into the 80s, he was like, man, he probably was one of the only ones. He said he would hear his co-workers at job have a computer, and I think he said by the time he was I think at least 12 or something, 12 or between teenager, he built his first computer. So the first computer he got, it was kind of okay, the little dot programming and all that, floppy disk, all the
Hmm.
way back then. And
Wow.
then he was able to build his own computer because his dad had the resources. He was like, I
Hmm.
probably was the first little kid that built my own computer. And from there, no, this guy has established his many business. I mean, for one of his business, just the t-shirt business alone, where he just think about sayings and throw them on a t-shirt, have a website, sell them, make money. I'm like, that's the thing people should be doing with their YouTube channel with Teespring. You know how many
Yeah.
people on
Yeah.
here partner up with Teespring to like ship those t-shirts? For every
Yeah.
t-shirt that they sell, you get 10, they get 15.
Yeah.
And just partner up with Teespring and Shopify.
Right.
Same thing approach with his photography business. This dude got studios to where people go over there and have like different settings to where they can go there, take pictures, do a photo shoot, all this, do a video or something in the studio, have a green room and all that, do the rap video, whatever. Dude got like three buildings in LA. That ain't cheap.
Yeah. Yeah. He
And so
I ain't know. I didn't really know his background. I heard. I seen him on around or whatever and stuff on Lapeef. And I checked out
yeah,
before.
yeah, Shannon, he that dude, man. He's pretty successful with a lot of stuff that he's accomplished. I ain't personally talked to him offline, but we always had like conversations online. And he expressed like, man, he's giving the knowledge away. He's like, man, look, I started off small. Even with trying to do his clothing brand and all that. Like, he's into design, graphics, all that. So
Hmm. Yeah,
basic
that's
business like that. Hey, he's scaled.
yeah, that's I'm a I ain't really know that much about him. Now that you say all of what you say, man, I'm gonna probably check him out again, see what he up
Yeah,
to. But yeah, it's like basically he one of the things I do notice about him that I need to improve with my own self and business is that he's a serious dude.
yeah,
I'm gonna try. I've learned to be a little bit more serious, and I joke and I do stuff, but you know, when people don't take you serious, we talking about everything matters. So even how you portray to other people, even your mannerisms, your dress, your your speech and everything, it matters, and everything matters in business. So it definitely matters, when and even no matter where you are, if you shoot, if you don't put that unemployment, if you don't call in or whatever. It's been a minute since I had got unemployment, but I know if you don't call in or process your days that you were unemployed, you will not get that unemployment check. And I went through that before because I was self-employed, and once I got let go, I could not get an unemployment check because I didn't qualify. Because when you self-employed, you your own business. You sole proprietor. You looked at as a sole proprietor, and you gotta either save or whatever for your own you know time where you might need it. Retirement or whatever. Or even if you resign, you got to keep that in mind. You will not get unemployment. So I say all of that to say that all of this matters as far as if you making money under the table, you better save that money, man, somewhere. I don't care if you got to put it in a plastic bag and dump it down somewhere in the freaking dirt somewhere, and shoot, try to remember a landmark or something on some caveman shit. Like you gotta
Yeah,
save your money because um you can't probably put it in the bank because I ain't gonna say that I know anything about that, but put that money in the bank and they gonna be like, you gonna come up there one day talking about some I need some money to take out and it's like 10 grand. I'm gonna tell you fellas about taking money out the bank that you didn't know. Um, because you just want to be responsible, you want to have a debit card and all that. Well, when you take over a certain amount, it triggers an alert to, I believe, some type of either IRS or something like that, and they're gonna give you a phone call. And who they is the government, and they're gonna ask you a series of questions such as where do you work and what do you do for work, and this is the government, and they gonna want some answers. And that's why people don't really be on in the banks and stuff like that because they know, okay, they'd heard some stories and stuff like that. So yeah, everything matters. Everything matters. I mean, uh, that's how we get ourselves messed up every day, and then things just are, like I said before, we are the sum of our own actions. So
hmm,
everything we did yesteryear, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it shows up into what we got going on today. Um, so yeah, you was gonna say something?
yeah. I was gonna say like with that. I mean, I more or less buy a lot of assets to where I can liquidate if need be. You know, having some money in the bank is key, but you got to spread it out. Might have a little bit in the savings. Preferably look for a high yield savings if you're gonna go that route. Let it if something that you're gonna let sit for a minute. I was telling that with my wife when we had pulled a lot of money out of 401k to make a purchase and then make the purchase. So I told her just versus putting into your regular savings, let's look for a high yield savings because we're not gonna make the purchase now. So at least we know we got the money, and it's not like you can't take the money out of the bank. If need be, they're gonna a penalty if anything. But if we're not using it right now, we could do it. Most of them high yield savings, you can go for 6 months at
Yeah,
online banks. Go for 6 months instead of a year. It's just
yeah,
like doing a CD,
yeah,
but they give more interest on your money. But going into that, you know, it's nice to kind of spread your money out. Like with me, I don't think I would ever have too much cash on me, like trying to save it. I would literally buy stuff. Like I told people, like my wife, I ended up getting her a Cuban link necklace. That Cuban link necklace, I can go sell that strap for gold, for
mm,
ounce. So
mm,
that pretty much is worth its weight in gold, as the cliche say. But
mm,
a lot of the jewelry and stuff like diamonds, I don't particularly get into the diamonds because it's whatever the society say the standard on diamond is. But gold, hey, that's his weight.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, even. And I was gonna
It's
say real quick too,
oh my bad.
real quick, like when you were saying earlier, I have a friend that he pretty much never fell off, like to a degree. Like as he got out of school, he went into the military, came out of the military, working. and he just felt like something was empty in his life. So he ended up, going back in again, got another certification and everything. He went from the Air Force to the Navy. So, he had to be some type of, intelligence to come out in the Air Force and then go to the Navy. But ended up doing both of those. He had the military base for both his times when he went to school. He went to Keller School of Business. And, in Atlanta, Keller is like a prestigious business school. Not many people go there because the money to go graduate from that school is like astronomical. So he ended up going, did both of those, getting into a IT field, and you know the guy just hasn't missed since then. This guy worked
Mm,
at a company making over six figures, in the 200 range. He has about four business, six houses, and personally, I'm invested in two of those houses with him. Because
mm,
he's kind of like, man, bringing me along. He's like, look, I'm not greedy. He said, man, you are good friends, good business partners. We done did business together. So if I got the money and you got the time for the work, because I'm crafty and I'm handy, I can do certain trades. He's like, you come in and do the work. I pay down for everything else, and then from there we go in 50-50 split. I was like, that's a good deal for me, And the guy hasn't missed like pretty much all these business, all his houses. Like he's been ahead of the curve, with a lot of this stuff. And like you was talking about earlier with like family and stuff, that's the thing that I'm trying to scale myself because the way my dad was, he left a trust to me and my brothers. He was in the military, had us set up in the house, nice everything. So it's kind of like even though my dad passed when I was young, but it's kind of hard knowing all this stuff and trying to scale to be. I probably not never get to the status that he has, but my kids, I know they will.
mm. Yeah, yeah,
Process.
yeah. Yeah. That's what I was talking about before. It's a couple days ago. I was like, you might be just working for to pass the baton to your kids, and
Yeah.
that happens. I mean, and that's good. That's an honorable thing. You know, the best case scenario, of course, is they become a star athlete or to get rich, famous or just rich. Because I'd rather just be rich. I don't care about the fame.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why a lot of rich people, or wealthy people, they kind of be kind of low key, man. You might have not even you'll have to scrounge the internet to find out an old interview or something they said, and they good at security, so that they'll pay people to scrub the internet. But the thing is this, yeah, that guy, man, shout out to him, man. I know there was a dude that was in the Marines when I was in boot camp, and he went to the Navy because they will in the military if you want to go to a different branch. Um, it's it's a way you can do that. It's not hard, especially if you got out before you got discharged. You want to go back in. If you wanted to go back in, uh, some boot camps you don't even have to go to. So if you went to Marines boot camp and you did 4 years, got discharged, you can actually go into the Navy and you don't have to go to boot camp again because
Hmm.
you've been in Marines boot camp. So they look at Marines boot camp as like, okay, that was harder and just same kind of branch too because the Navy and the Marines is one branch. So you can go to boot camp if you want to get the experience, but yeah, it's relatively easy, and the military provides an income that and a certain stability that is it's you're out there to serving your country and everything. It's definitely risk involved, but yeah, the income. I mean, I when I was in the military, I was in Japan, I was in the Navy, I was, on the aircraft carrier, and I was also playing football, and that allowed me to get outside of the base and get outside of the city I was in, which was Yokosuka, and get I traveled all over Japan, and I went to these different bases. I went to Army base, Air Force base, other Navy bases, and I saw how they lived, and it was really like different. It was a different environment. It was like kind of classless. Like the military is kind of like not classless, but it wasn't as racist as it is in the civilian world. Like it, if you wanted to date a woman that was another race, like a black dude wanted to get with a white woman, because of the military camaraderie, that can happen in work, and a lot of people do that because it's more of a camaraderie thing than um you know race thing and stuff like that. And the income you make from the military is consistent, and then you could do other stuff as well, and the things you learn, like you could have a good life, and then they pay for your if you're married, they pay for your wife to basically have an allowance, and also pay for housing. It really, like, to be honest, and this is why people join the military is so pro marriage is crazy, because it's
Yeah,
like you think about it, like your company, I go work for IBM tomorrow or whatever, they not gonna give me no money to give to my wife. If I had a wife, they not giving me no money. If I'm lucky, I might get some stocks. They might give me a move and a bonus, which is good. That's on the C-suite level. That's like if you're an executive, but just a basic job, then you'd be lucky to get moving expenses. Um, you know what I'm saying? You'd be lucky to even get benefits and overtime. So it's like, yeah, I mean, um, that's why a lot of people join, but um, in the real world it's harder. It's a lot more difficulty. I'll say the civilian world is probably twice or if not more harder than it is in the military world. But you got to fight. It's a risk though. You got the hell of a fight of your life in the military. I mean, you going, go to war and stuff like that. And ain't nothing to play with. But the thing is the civilian world, it ain't easy either. That's why a lot of dudes be homeless. A lot of
yeah,
the homeless is ex-vets, you
yeah,
know. I mean, unfortunately, that's a thing. That's a big thing. Um, but the thing is that with that consistency is a motherfucker, because I seen dudes that I went to high school with that, like, I could just tell, that's how they were. Like, it was a guy I went to high school with. He just working at Ace Hardware. He worked there like all throughout high school, like for about 4 years, and then even after high school, I think he worked there. And then he went to he was working at a car wash for some years, for like 4 or 5 years, and it's like then now he got a state job, and I mean, now I think he worked for like a energy company. He been there for a long time, and it's like you know what I'm saying. I never really talked to him about it, but I know that about him, and he got a wife, he got a whole bunch of kids. Um, I mean, be it's like he got it good, man. That's a good way to go. He pick right too, you know what I'm saying? So he ain't pick no chick that, pretty much he gotta, you know, be going through it or whatever. Now my homie that I know all of his friends, and that's how I know him through, he kind of, when I met him, like after high school, like it was like some couple years ago. So we ain't seen each other in like 20 years. He kind of had a disposition where he was kind of stressed out. He had married a single mother. It was working out. He got kids from her, but I can tell, you could tell, you know, you could pick up vibes when energy, when somebody is like trying to kind of, they going through it, but they don't really want to tell you, you know, because
Yeah.
it kind of go into competition. Like people definitely that you know, the people when you went to high school with, they don't they don't want to let you know, okay, it's rough. You know, they don't want to let you know the rough parts because, you know, in high school, everybody knew each other, everything was cool, but it's still a competition even after
Yeah.
high school. It's like, man, I mean, he went away to college, he got his degree, in communications, and he got with her single mother, which I think she probably, I don't really know what's going on. From my vibes of what I saw was that she cool. She probably just going through typical shit. And then you gotta also understand it's hard dealing with um working and stuff like that. And if you ain't got savings and stuff like that, and you struggle, you know what I'm saying? Like it's some people do it better than others, and I can tell he was kind of was going through the same stuff I was going through, just trying to hustle, working jobs and stuff like that, and kind of got low momentum, I would say. But I mean, it's like we ain't really like we ain't really want to. I guess it was like it was just we ain't really see eye to eye because they don't really call me or nothing no more. Really want to halfway invite me to shit, and I could pick up the vibes. And it's like basically the thing is I'm on something totally different. I try to self improve. I literally Kaizen is what I do. I try to improve every day. I try to make every day count. If I didn't figure it out the other day, this next day I'm gonna try to figure something out. Like right now, I just basically I created some type of time tonic that will help you lose weight and help you get rid of a lot of toxic waste and parasites and stuff like that. So I'm working on that. And that product right there, that might be the product. I always think I got the product that's gonna take off. And it's something about this one, man. It feels a little different, man, than the other ones because a lot of people's biggest problem is they got, they got weight issues or they, trying to lose weight, so um I'm still trying to work on stuff, but man, I'm glad you got some investments and assets going along. Right now it seems like things are slow and it's like people moving like a spider. Like I think about a spider, like because it's like I know it's stuff around the corner, and if I'm not careful, I'm gonna miss it. Because, like for example, tax sale coming up, real estate tax sale, and it's like
Yeah.
my sister called me the other day, and she actually went to a tax sale, and she got a couple properties. Um, she ain't do it right, but in my opinion, you don't buy no lots in no area that unless you know for sure it's about to be something going on, and you got enough money and wherewithal to hold out on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
because paying the taxes on that stuff. Yeah.
she said that she messed up because she didn't drive around first and look at the addresses. So I'm compiling this information because I've never been to a tax sale. My house, I bought it from a guy that bought a whole bunch of them in a tax
Yeah.
sale. It was just one of the houses he bought. So people moving like spite, like things is real slow. But where this is different is I'm cognitive of it and I'm not trying to miss on it. I'm trying to pounce on this situation that's coming up, which is the next real estate tax sale in my county that I live in. So I'm not trying to miss out on this because I know everything matters. It matters if I don't. got some money saved so I can make that deposit. So she said it's coming up. The auction is coming up. So I'm trying to out of all of the things that's trying to sidetrack me and life
So,
and stuff
question:
like that. Yeah, go ahead.
did you look at the state website where they let you know about upcoming developments in the areas?
No, I haven't. And then I'm aware, like, yeah, you gotta if you're gonna do land speculation, that's something you probably want to do. But I ain't gonna lie to you, I haven't done it.
Do
I
that.
yeah,
Um, they got a website, PropStream. I know you heard of them.
yeah,
Go
I've heard
on
about
there and look
PropStream.
through all that stuff.
Yeah.
But look at the land development because I know my friend. He was telling me about this guy. Man, he got some sweet deals. So what he did was he ended up, getting some property over in the Cleveland, over there where YSL was dealing they stuff before they built the Ford plant. And
Mhm,
so he's been sitting on those properties for years because he tore the house down, and he's only paying for the land, which you're not paying much for the land.
mhm,
And that's how he was able to, just hold on to that property. I think it was like more than about $200-300 a year for the
mhm,
property just to beat for the taxes.
mhm,
And when he sold that land, man, he sold those land. I think he bought it for like less than 3 or 4 thousand.
mhm,
And I'm talking about, I think one of them sold for 80, another one sold for 100 because they had about three of them.
mm,
And another guy I was talking to, he hit his friend up and they was talking about buying some cribs and stuff like that.
mm,
So what they did was ran at some developers. So one dude bought land and talked to a developer about, building over there in the area. And, it's a lot of, busted rundown houses. So
mhm,
what he did was he had his friends go. They wanted each one of his friends buy houses, different address names and stuff like that. So when it was time for them to, buy and sell, they sold one of them to the developer with this dream, and he went to got to get the other ones. They upped the price on every single one of them.
mm.
So they might have sold one for like 40,000 or 20,000, but the
Wow,
other one sold for like 120.
wow, damn.
Yep, and they tore them all down just to get build some townhouses over there. I mean, they look nice, man, but it's like, dude, they hit a lick so big because it was like I think it was 6 or 7 houses, something like that.
Mhm,
And one guy he bought like four of them by himself, and then the other guys bought one apiece. And when the developer came to go, talk to him about getting the houses, he was looking like, man, like this, kind of okay neighborhood. I see this is being built over here, so it has potential to grow over time. So when it was time the developer to, come over there because he's seeing the, writing on the wall, it got to the point where he was like, yeah, I'm gonna come and buy. But then, hey, I gotta go through all these guys, man, hit him in the pocket hard.
yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
it's guys out here, right? And Gary.
yeah.
And then I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps. Mike Epps, he did this. He did something similar. He just a long time ago. I don't know when. He just started buying lots. That's what he was doing. He was buying lots in Indianapolis.
Uh
Um,
huh.
somebody said he build in Gary, but I don't know about that. He from Indianapolis. He ain't from Gary. But people, you know how conversations travel, then
Yeah.
the story mixes up. But the thing is that he bought these lots, and then next thing you know, Indianapolis had a boom, and them lots that he bought for dirt cheap, them lots was worth $50,000 each. Um,
Mm,
and he built properties on top of them, so he got like a whole block um that he built, and you know what I'm saying, he got the money, he got the fame, he got an actual show. I don't have cable, so I haven't watched it, but he got like I think he on HGTV. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he got some type of show where he basically rehab houses, build houses. And that's the
Yeah, I heard
thing.
about it.
Yeah, that's the thing because like me, like when I before I got this house that I have now, this is my third house I ever had as far as any type of contract or anything. This is my second house that I owned, and it's the first house that I did a complete gut job on. But um like the things I learned from the time I bought this house to now, I can take with me for the rest of my life. I can teach my kids. I know more than I did before I got this house, and I can take that to the next house. And then I'm pretty sure the next house I get, I'm gonna learn some more because I'm trying to. My next house I want to get is a brick house, um, like a brick ranch or a bungalow. So like I can I can fix I can fix up a house and save money where somebody else they got to hire somebody. I can just hire another handyman to just help me and then just save money doing that versus hiring a whole construction crew and all that. That's the way to do it if you got the funding, but everybody ain't gonna be able to get funded. Everybody ain't gonna be able to get credit. That's why I tell people about okay, creative financing, okay, the different types of financing you can do. Because here's the thing: in a perfect world, everybody got a 620 credit score. Everybody got enough money to get a mortgage. Uh, that's not the case, and then you might not even want a mortgage. That might not be in your best interest. You save some money. Like we coming up on this little like this shit is real quiet. People real quiet now. Like I just noticed it just seemed like people real quiet. It's about to be tax season. People about to get a big tax return. And it's like, okay, people go buy a car, they buy TVs, shoes, clothes, take a trip, whatever. Okay, that's fine. But I don't know how big my tax return gonna be. I I owe the IRS. I think I gotta call. I gotta call them to negotiate some type of settlement. But the thing is that basically some people get 15 grand, some people get 10 grand. I mean, that's enough to buy a house a lot of places in America, and you could deal with your problems once and for all, right with one paycheck. One check from the treasury or deposit can deal with all of your problems for the rest of your life. But people don't do it for whatever reason. And
It's that mindset though,
yeah,
man. Because when you're lacking in financial education, it makes your finances and everything spiral out. I talk to my friend a lot, talking to him like he like far as debt, like dude, he literally is like sometime to be the bottom of the barrel. Like he will sit there and think, hey man, if I rob Peter to pay Paul with these bills, I'm good, man. I'm like, dude, why not make more money? I would tell him before he got his car, he got a Challenger. I said, get you a pickup truck. I got three of them. I was like, dude, I'm never without money because I can move something. Like all these apps, like the Roadie app now, they took a lot of Home Depot stuff, and his mindset. Even like you say about the tax return, he get his tax return. He always yell, "This my year," and it's like a curse for him because every time he say that, dude, his water heater blows. He got to pay 900 to 1,500 to get a water heater. He had a leak one time. That next year after that, in March, he had a leak. Freaking whole basement got flooded. So you had to get all the pipes ready, all the PVC pipes ready. I was like, dude, like you going through it, and I'm like, he never really like look at the part about finance, saving. The good thing about it was he bought a house, but look at so many other people that get that money and they don't even buy a house because what's the number one thing now is man, you buy a house, it's not gonna be worth it. The interest rate is too high. I'm like, that's the whole point of refinancing. I would buy a house right now in this economy at the price it is now and just refinance when the interest rate get lower. Or, if I'm, go at a decent deal, like I didn't even know you can go down and pay down your interest. Nobody never tell us this. I learned this from a finance guy on one of his channels about how you can go to the bank and pay down your interest while you still have the loan active.
Right. Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I didn't know it.
It's a lot of things you could do. You could pay. You could set up with your bank to, or mortgage servicer, loan servicer to, instead of you having a 30-year payment, you could you could pay more money to just pay it off in 15 years instead of 30. And then 15 years is long, but 30 is almost impossible to think about to me. Like 15 years ago, like think about it, 10 years, then you got five more, boom. You own your home versus 30. Most people don't stay that long in their house anyway. They just sell it to somebody else. But you got 10-year mortgages, you got 5-year mortgages. Uh, they tend to be more as far as like payment. So people do the 30 years because it just, you know, the payment is going to be higher. If the longer, the longer you, the shorter you stretch it out, the payment is going to be longer. But you got people, this is what I'll never forget. And this was the first time I knew about like these brand new high end Mercedes and BMWs. I was in a I was in a restaurant on the south side getting something to eat, and this police chick came in. She was like, I think she worked for the state police or she was a CPD or something. But a lot of them make like over 100 grand a year. Um, they do other stuff too, but she said she had a high end BMW and her the car was like $100,000, and she said her monthly payment was like hundred, I mean like $1,000 a month or something like that. And cars are designed to be paid off within 6 to 7 years or something like that, 6 years or something like 60 months. And I was like, it's some people got houses that's less than that or about that at that time because this was like 10 years ago, or it's longer than even 10 years ago. And basically, people don't even pay their house off in no 10 years. I mean, they'll have a 30-year mortgage payment, on a house that's less than 100 grand with the balance that's less than 100 grand. And it's like, this just like you say, mindset. The only difference between the car and the house is it's a house. The people pay their car off for 7 years. People be having $50,000 car. I go to work every day. People got uh uh Mercedes trucks that's brand new. They got what, a Jeep Wrangler. I mean, yeah, Jeep Wrangler or Jeep Cherokee is like 50,000, $40,000, and then you got taxes and everything. They got a car note that's like about $700-800 with, and then insurance. So people understand the concept of paying money for stuff and a monthly payment and everything like that. They just don't have the right mindset that the same with a house. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the same thing. It's like, man, in Northwest Indiana, man, in Indiana, period. Like, it's places where you could you could literally get a rehab loan, and it could include the purchase price. So the house is like 15 grand. The To fix it up, you estimate it's like about 35, fix it up. So just round it off. You get a loan for like 50 grand. You get the purchase price, and then you get enough money to pay a construction company to come in and rehab the house. And you at the end of the day, you just got a $50,000 mortgage. I mean, you could get a 10-year mortgage on that, and then have basically Section 8 rented out if it's in a bad neighborhood or whatever neighborhood. And then they pay the mortgage, and you will probably even make a profit. And it's only 10 years, it's not 30. You know what I'm saying? So, shoot, you could even probably do that with a credit card. And as long as the interest rate ain't too low, I guess, man, see, this shit is designed for people. Like, if people, this is what I learned, like last year, I really got a good sense of it. People really follow like they follow it's almost like a system. A lot of people follow a system. Like, especially black folks, we follow a system where we tend to do what everybody else do. Like, as far as black people, like, okay, if black people get their home loans,
Yeah.
that's
Herd
cool.
mentality.
Yeah, they get home loans. Like, if you talk to somebody about something different than a home loan, they gonna look at you like you crazy, like, or look at you like they confused. You know what I'm saying? Because they used to, okay, their mama got a mortgage, their daddy, their parents got a mortgage, their grandparents or their cousins. Everybody goes to the bank and get a mortgage, and just people just like one track minded. So it's like, okay, if I can't get a mortgage, then I just won't buy a house, right? That's how it works. And it's like, they don't know also nobody that fixed up a house. They know people fix up houses. They even got an uncle that fix up houses. But they a lot of times it's people that just don't want to talk to their uncle or whatever. They don't know how to work together with other people, or they don't know how to put things together. And then they don't buy the house. Some people just stuck on just stuck. They just stuck like a, I don't know, like an elevator that don't want to go up and down. Cause I had somebody, one of my cousins, she was offered a house for free and didn't want to take it.
Wow. I'm
Now,
gonna get ready to drop down, but let me
okay,
tell you this story real quick before I jump.
all
So my
right,
brother, he talked to one of his friends. His friend grandma had passed, and she had a house paid off on the west side of Atlanta. And he kept getting these guys calling him like after his grandmother passed, and everybody found out he got the house. He didn't personally want the house. He had a condo downtown Atlanta. He was paying 2,500 a month for. He was good. So you know, um, got to the point where he looked at the house. I'm talking about he was getting offers 150, 200,000, all that. And my brother kept telling him, man, go on and keep the house. He's like, nah, man, it's old. He's like, the ceiling messed up, the floor, because he had a leak in there in the roof, which
mm,
if the leak came down in through the ceiling, hit the hardwood, and started riding out the hardwood down to the subfloor. So he
mm,
had a hole that dripped from the roof all the way into the house down to the subfloor. So
mm,
he's like, man, yeah, this ain't it. I'm not dealing with this house. So eventually went on ahead and settled, and took my brother up on his offer of just keeping the house. And every month he would take that 2,500 that he was paying on the mortgage and would fix something on the house. Dude got a new kitchen, new roof, because they have a program in Atlanta called it's Atlanta something, where they just give people roofs through their insurance. So they'll just act like you just had a storm or something, come in, they get a adjuster come out, they do their praise, and they say, well, tree whatever hit it, didn't have the money, boom, 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 put them a new roof, but it go through your insurance company, nothing
mm,
out of your pocket but your deductible.
mm,
Did that. I'm talking about this dude house is valued at 450,000 right now,
mm,
just because he took the initiative and fixed up that house versus, because it was paid off. He don't have to
mm,
pay no mortgage. All he got to do is just take the money every month and put a little bit and fix up the house. And
mm,
it was crazy, like the mindset of, man, I want to live lavish. I want this, man. This house is old. compared to, just somebody giving him initiative. And he was like, man, don't you know, I fixed this house up within, 6 months, just having money saved for me for my mortgage and getting out a small loan. He fixed that house up so good. He's like, man, I don't have no mortgage. Like, dude, he's like, this amazing. Like, I could take trips. I could do all this stuff now. He was a single dude. So now
Mm,
he got like one of the biggest bachelor pad. This is a 4 bedroom house, 3 bath, and it's just what mindset. A lot of people, their mindset is that poverty mindset to where, man, I ain't gonna never get out the hole.
mm,
Things gonna always be like this. And
mm.
that's what a lot of people get.
Yeah, I work with this dude, man. Right now, I gave him one of my books for free. And definitely check out the Millionaire Savings Plan on Amazon and my website brokegeniuses.com. I'll give you an autographed copy if you get it from me. He didn't think my
All right.
this guy I worked with. He didn't think that he could be a millionaire. It was crazy to me. I was like, yeah, you could be a millionaire, man. He was like, man, I can't. Like, you wouldn't believe how defeated people are in private. Like, he don't act like that in person. Like he worked for work for a corporation, um, a healthcare corporation, and it's like basically he don't think that he can even on that level. The fucking CEO of the company makes $1 million, of course. CEO for his contract company probably for sure makes $1 million. But he himself, even being a lead, as he says, a lead of an IT group, he doesn't. Well, they didn't put him that. He said he's that, but actually, he's just gonna be the print guy. He's gonna be the print servicer, print technician or whatever. So, some people say stuff and all that, but what they actually do, I know what they do because I worked there for. Because we got a company I worked for got beat out by another contract company, and then they brought new people in, so we had to train them and stuff. And he talked about at first he was gonna be a lead and all that. Nah, they took his ass. He pulling printers and shit, and it's like um, and I could tell, and it kind of goes into it ain't no kind of, it does go into mindset and how you think about yourself and how you carry yourself. Because his problem is because he's from Chicago and New York, because he lived in New York for like a while. He cuss too much and he act too ghetto, and he don't know how to code switch. He he talks and
That hurt a
cusses
lot of people.
and at the same time try to talk to other people the same way, kind of. And then I told him, I said, this is another thing. I told him, man, you talking about you a lead, man. You dress like you in the bricks, like boots and jogging pants and shirt. And he said, the manager or whatever, he dressed like that too. He dressed in jogging pants and stuff. It's kind of weird, but they have a relaxed thing going on. But you know, I said, well, he's not the manager, and it's like you can't dress like that, bro. I mean, you if you want to be a manager and stuff like that, you gonna have to dress like like really. If you're a manager, just to tell anybody that is looking, if you're trying to be a manager, you gotta dress like you somebody's dad, literally. Like what Kevin Samuels was talking about, like not saying you got to put a suit on, but you got to dress like you going to the golf course every day, and you literally have to dress like a responsible dad every day. If you going if your title was manager, like you can dress down on a Friday or something like that or whatever, but really people gonna treat you how you look. So if you look like you got packs and you sell loose cigarettes or whatever, they gonna treat you like that.
Yeah, man.
It just unfortunately it just is what it is. And I'm reminded of that myself. But my job title is just an IT specialist. So I just have to image laptops all day and desktops and
And,
keep supplies up. So
ever since I was 28 years old, no, 27, I've always started wearing three button up golf shirts. The little golf shirts, the Nike, Jack Nicholson, like they sell those things at Walmart for cheap. If you They have nice looking golf shirts, the little sweat ones with the what's it, polyester nylon whatever mix. But I wear those every time. Like you rarely catch me in a t-shirt,
Mm.
because I told my friends that one of my friends he owned a personal care business, and him and the other guy they were a little bit more tighter than me. We all friends, but you have your friends that you're a little more closer than the others. But he would always go and wear these freaking t-shirts, these long tall tees and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you a business owner. Why you look like that? I was like, I didn't own a business, but I did. I did several things as far as delivery. So I basically had my business without,
You
being
were
registered and stuff.
self-employed. You were
Yeah,
self-employed.
self-employed. And that's just something I had on the side. Why I do deliveries, because like I said, I always got a truck, so I do deliveries and stuff like that. And it got to the point where we was going out to Five Guys, and the guy had his personal care business. It started, he's making a little money off of it. So we went out to go get something to eat. I had on my three-button collar-up shirt, just some shorts, some khakis, and little pair of Nikes or whatever. Him and the other guy, they came out in tank tops and baseball hats. So when it was an older lady in front of us, she fell, and when she fell, all three of us, oh man, you okay? So we helped her up. She was like, she's going into the same restaurant. We took her to the seat. He's like, man, is there anybody you want us to call? We called her daughter and stuff. So we waited till the daughter got there, told her what happened and stuff. And she was like, they checked her out. They're gonna take her to the hospital. And I'm telling them, I'm like, hey, go get your card and give it to her. He's like, nah, you do it. I was like, why? He said, man, look at the way I'm dressed.
Mhm.
And I was like, nah, you do it. It's your business. And that day shook him so much, dude. Like that next day, he called my son because him and my son were the same size. He was like, ask my son, do he want all his, polo? I'm talking about this guy gave him 36 polo shirts,
Mhm.
36 nice polo shirts. And they had the collar, but the problem was they were too big. This
Mhm.
guy was like a large medium. He was wearing like extra large polo shirts and
Mhm.
stuff, and he
Mhm.
didn't he couldn't fit them like that. It like gave him that image of still being a thug because your clothes were too baggy.
Right. It's too.
You can look professional and still look hood at the same time by the way your dress attire is. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Steve Harvey with the big suits, the
yeah,
baggy suits.
gangster, gangster.
Yeah. She had to. That's what he said his wife did was to get him custom made stuff instead of like the kind of looking like the Temptations in the 70s and shit, what I'm saying, type of wear.
Yeah,
But yeah, man, you know, yeah, it's a lot to that. And I'm still learning too. I'm trying to get my communication skills together because I be saying yeah too much. I be telling my manager yeah. My daddy used to have a problem with that. Like when I was younger, he didn't like me to say yeah. Like he used to look at me crazy. Matter of fact, shoot, I think I probably got a whooping for or got smacked for saying yeah. I used to have to say yes, not yeah. And then what I'm saying, he was preparing me for what was the road ahead, man. I mean, English was my only language. He spoke different languages, but I didn't. But it's like, yeah, I have to say
you just
yes.
said it in.
I know. I have to say yes instead of yeah. When you say yeah, it's like you're going surfing. You about to, have some gnarly ones. Like that's how you talk when you're on the beach. But when you in the ivory towers or anywhere near it, yeah, you wanna learn how to say yes and no, okay. Uh you can even say instead of saying yes, you can say okay. You can say, different things. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean English is not even it's definitely my first language, but the way I talk is from living in living around the hood and living outside and all of that, and different slangs and stuff like that. I think they was calling the ebonics. Um,
Yep.
that is actually a thing, and it's like, yeah, even I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you another story. One story, if you got time. I
Yeah.
used to live in a group home with white folks. I was so bad. I had to, like DMX. I had to go to a group home, and it was primarily white people, like teenagers. I think the oldest person was like 19 or 20, and I was like, what, about 9 years old at the time. I went from like talking like a black kid in the hood or near from Chicago to talking like corporate, like like Brian Gumble. When I came out that group home, it was like a year and a half, man. And I got to live around white people, so I saw how white people actually live. So I was like immersed into white society and culture, and going to boat races and camping trips and fishing trips and all that type of stuff. Like first time I went to uh, the see the Bulls play, because they used to donate tickets to us, and went to see hockey games and all. So it's like, the thing is that when I got out, I'm listening to Pink Floyd and Nirvana and Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I'm talking like a white dude. And my friends, like not even my friends, but people in my neighborhood, they ain't like that. This one dude
Hmm.
was like, "Man, why is you talking like that?" Like I was getting into fights based off of how I was talking. It was weird because I used to always like to be outside. I ain't like to stay inside because it was boring. So I would go outside, and if you outside, you out, with the other kids, and you got to throw them hands, and they got to respect that you can throw them hands, or get jumped or whatever. I was just out there. You know, I wasn't no sheltered kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, so yeah. But I mean, I don't think nothing of it. Like it's kind of like Edward said, Edward Anderson. um, you dealing with white people in America, this well, however they got it, good or bad, whatever, historically, you dealing with these white folks, you trying to make money. You to a certain extent, talking like them ain't bad, because you gonna have your own dialect. You gonna have your own kind of like the way you talk is gonna be different slightly, but you're dealing with that language because that's where you are. And if you're trying to conduct business, you shouldn't be ashamed that you talk the way you talk.
Yeah.
If I was trying to learn other languages. I tried to learn Spanish. I do know a little bit. Another time was trying to learn Arabic. Um, I want to learn some other languages too. I was trying to learn some African languages, but the thing is that I don't feel ashamed of it now. I mean, people even try to do that as adults. They say you talk like a white dude, you a lame. Or they'll say you talk like you date white chicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Talk proper and stuff.
yeah, it's like, the thing is, that's the language behind them boardrooms and them $1 million, $1 billion deals. That is the language. That's how my uncle talked. My uncle worked for Microsoft, HP. He worked for all kind of different companies. He know Bill Gates. He talked like Brian Gumble, literally like Brian Gumble. Like
Like Alonzo, sometime come off as.
he talked worse. He talked way better than that. Like
Yeah.
his talk. Actually, that's called corporate speak. That's a
Yeah.
that's a thing. Like he talks just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he about to announce the weather. You know what I'm saying, on the 10 o'clock, 6 o'clock news. Like that's how he talk. He makes 200, damn near $200,000 a year. I don't make nowhere near that. He's a fucking executive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I, you know what I'm saying? It's like what works for you. If you, it kind of like, I'm gonna be honest with you, sound like a coon. Like damn near, I'm gonna be honest with you. That world he is in, he has to be a coon. Like I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna even like my uncle. You could say my uncle's a coon, but that world, that's a lot of them dudes. They like if you on some executive shit, like and all of that type of stuff on that level, you are not so much a coon, but you're you will come off like you're a coon. I'll just say that. Like
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. You already know. Like you gonna come off like that. If you trying to keep your job and stuff too, you damn near like you did like it's kind of like Stephen A to a certain extent, but not as bad, not as vocal because you're not on TV and shit. But I mean, I don't know. It's like you know what I'm saying. Like I can't necessarily get myself to do that. If I'm gonna be like I have my own style, I have my own perception. Like I mean, I got dreadlocks, and I don't really. I talk the way I talk. I don't talk like Brian Gumble, but I do talk. I talk pretty good. I think I do. Sometimes I'll be tired and sluggish or whatever, but the most part, I speak pretty well, get my point across. Uh, the thing is that I don't think that you gotta necessarily talk like that. I don't. It's other dudes I met, black men I met in corporate America. They don't necessarily act like that. I met some dudes that more or less act like my uncle, where my uncle just he act like he a pimp. that's how my that's how my uncle he act like Billy D. Williams. Like, you know what I'm saying? I seen a lot of black dudes that's like this dude at Diageo where I used to work. He was a vice president. He was black, short dude. He kind of he kind of looked like yeah, he kind of looked like the same thing. Like he had swag and he looked like one of them dudes that was in a fraternity or something in college. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, like he was short haircut, just wear polo jeans, um, some casual shoes.
Like a Chad.
Yeah, he was a black
Uh,
Chad.
yeah.
Yeah, he was but and then when he talked pretty formal and he got his point across and he was direct. He ain't had like no slang or nothing like where he was, you know, he talked like a dude on a corner or something that's looking for wine or whatever, wino. He didn't talk like that, but yeah, he was pretty formal. He wasn't necessarily like Brian Gumble. He was like in the military. A lot of officers are like that. They just regular dudes. Like a lot of police officers even like that. Just regular dudes, regular square dudes. Just do their job, talk to you, professional, try to get their point across. You know that that's pretty standard. Um, I'm not saying you will come off like a coon because you gotta look out for your job and you gotta represent the people that's higher up on you. If you working in a corporation, 9 times out of 10, it's a white corporation. Your directors, your managers, they're white or they're Asian or something. Yeah, like even probably even Hispanic, might even be a woman. You know what I'm saying? And you have to you below them, so you gotta represent whatever they got to say. You can speak your mind, but you got to represent them because you don't want to get fired, you don't want to get let go. So you gotta you, you gotta kowtow to the you know what I'm saying, people you work for if you want to keep your job. That's just how it is. That's why a lot of people struggle even in jobs. They rather start their own business. It's just not everybody's good at business or good at even being self-employed, you know. So um that's just how that goes sometimes, where people just they need to um figure things out. It's like that's just life. People they have to figure out how to deal with all the things that are play. Everything does matter. Like I think some chick that was going around to different people's channels, she was talking about she worked in corporate America, and she was a executive, and she was trying to please her bosses, and she was asking people for help, and people like, you know some people were trying to be accommodating. Other people's like, man, I don't know what you talking about, just do your job. It's like, the thing is that that's why people go into uh, business, because they have their own autonomy. They pretty much, as long as they're able to please their clients and customers, they get paid. They get paid handsomely. If they fulfill their contracts, their contractual obligations, they they basically will uh, keep getting that money, the revenue coming in, and they don't necessarily have to please anybody. They don't have to. They don't have to kowtow or anything. But it does go that way in that regard too, because your customers are your and your clients are the people that pay you. You work for them. You represent them. You make sure they get whatever they need. So you got to understand. Let's say, okay, let's bring a scenario here. You have a IT company. I'll just talk about what I know. You have an IT company, and that IT company has a contract with a call center to a call center company or a telemarketing company to basically handle their managed services, which managed services means they handle all of their IT needs, as much as they possibly can, and they assist with other things that they don't handle, such as, for example, if the actual IT company has cyber network, or cybersecurity needs and networking needs, they have another company to handle that. Your managed service company can be the intermediate to those companies, meaning they could dialogue to help each other achieve the common goal, which is to satisfy the client. So, all that said, let's say your managed service company gets, okay, they have the call center or telemarketing company has a couple office locations. They got one in Texas, they got one in Georgia, in Atlanta, they got one in New York, and maybe another in New Jersey. Okay, so they got about four different locations. So, or five. And your managed service company handles those offices. Okay. They have one technician, at least one technician at each office that handles the day-to-day IT needs, basically handing over hardware if needed, assisting any problems if needed, and that's it. And any network issues or any issues in the office, if they do the best effort they can. All right. So you got about five technicians throughout the different offices, four or whatever. And basically, your job is as a managed service company is to manage this contract. You got a $5 million contract. Okay, that $5 million. Okay, each technician you gotta pay them $50,000 a year. Because believe it or not, it's not bad. 50,000 is not bad, but being in IT support and stuff like that, you most likely are not going to make 100 grand unless you work like a government contract or something like that, or you work for the government of some sort. Now, the thing is that's why you can go open in your own business and do what I'm trying to talk to explain. You can actually make that happen. And you get this $5 million contract. So your total cost for employee costs, five times five, that's $250,000 that you have to pay for those five technicians. Now you need a manager to hire those because you're not going to be stressed out over that. You're the CEO. You're not going to be stressed out about that. So you're going to have your, basically executives in your team. You're gonna have, you know, other executives below there. However, now here's the thing about like business models and stuff like that, and corporate models. Like you can have a corporate model however you see fit. You don't have to have a CFO. You don't have to have a CTO. You don't have to have a CMO. You can have whatever. It's like the Avengers. You can have whatever person you want or you need, because you got to understand, when you first start in a corporation, you don't have a lot of money to pay people, and you don't have the resources to pay people. You yourself as a CEO, you might have to be the CTO, the CFO, uh, so on and so forth, because you just don't have the money to pay these people, and they're not going to work for free. So you getting that $5 million contract, it might just be you, the CEO, and it might be your manager. You might have a manager or a director. You might have a director that his job actually is to fulfill all kind of hats, because you don't really have enough capital to hire too many people. So your director, you gonna pay him like, you know 85,000 or something like that. So then you might want to hire some more people, because you need some administrative assistants, aka secretaries. You need basically probably an accountant. You need one accountant on staff, senior accountant or chief accountant. So all these things, whatever you need, you're gonna need it. And your staff budget is about $1 million. Let's just say $1 million, because you're gonna have whatever you need. You're gonna work it out, because your job as a CEO is to actually do that, work it out. So you got one employee, you got all of this up and running, customers semi-satisfied or somewhat satisfied or satisfied with your services that you're providing, your managed services. You get a complaint from a technician that he's being belligerent, he's being argumentative, he's saying the man is holding me back. He's telling you that, and he's telling the other people that, the HR manager, that, because you hired an HR manager because dealing with these employees, and it's legal stuff with that. He's saying a man is trying to get him. He been listening to some YouTube videos or whatever. Anything is, whatever is concerned. He's pissed off about his job, and you know the particular people at the location in New Jersey is getting on his nerves. And you have to step in and let him go, and then he gonna call you a coon and gonna say that CEO do 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 and all his people, that company, they some coons and blue blue blue. And at the end of the day, you know, people don't really think about this. This is why I'm painting this picture. It's like, you're probably thinking about this for the first time. You're not about to lose that $5 million contract on some radical dude that, even if it's just everything is correct, the people in New Jersey office is just, they're tyrants. They're terrorists. They bother everybody. You got some people are in offices, they literally, their goal is to basically annoy everyone they possibly can, or they looking at it like they're trying to get people fired and stuff like that. They're troublemakers and all kind of shit. Like, people try to make your job uncomfortable, managers and stuff like that try to bully you, and you got some weird people, and they just might so happen to be working with you. They get off. You got some people that get off on that. They come to work to just try to see who they can bother. So the thing is that might have been a thing that actually absolutely happened, where this guy, he just wanted to come in, just do his work, and these people were giving him a hard time. Unfortunately, you have to let him go, because you can't lose you're not about to just close out the business, or even just, you know, um try to keep him around for whatever reason, because you're trying to look out for your employees. Obviously you are, but at the end of the day, this guy is not going to have you lose your contract. It's $5 million, and it's about a 2-year contract or something like that. And you're just a preliminary contract. After the 2 years, you might get a 5-year commitment for $25 million, or $30 million. And basically, that's how basically you can pay yourself $300,000, and then you know what I'm saying, as a CEO, you could pay, you can give pay increases, you can hire more people to help manage this company. Now you can get more contracts. You see where I'm going with this? You're not going to throw your company under the bus because you can't please everyone. Your job is to, in essence, please your staff and your clients. You know what I'm saying? As a CEO, that's one of your tasks, is to keep everybody, doing their job and as satisfied as they possibly can. And the thing is that, yeah, the employee, if it's the client or the employee, the client is going to always win in that case. And then the guy may sue. He may sue the company, and sue the other company, and he may very very much win. But the thing is that you handle it the way you handle it, because you're not about to lose your money and your contract because of one rogue employee that might have been on the other side, where he was just coming in cussing people out. Even if it wasn't on his side, it was actually them, and his complaints were valid. And it made sense that he was complaining. You still have to let him go, because basically, it's basically keeping your contract and keeping everybody you can that matters happy. And unfortunately, it's like whoever has the money, whoever has the money and the influence and power in that situation is going to be preferred. You're going to have to treat people that are VIPs like they're VIPs. That's why they call VIPs, or white gloves, or you know, whatever you want to call them, because these are the people that sign off on those $1 million contracts. Sign off on $1 billion contracts. I mean, that's just how it goes. And it's like people don't really understand um that. And then you got people that just need their jobs. Like, a lot of times people just they need their jobs. Like they act like that or whatever. They might think they're a coon or whatever. Because some people need their jobs, man. Like I'm tell you, like some people just they don't know how to save money. Like they don't, it's people that don't know how to save money, and basically, um, they have to work that job because if you don't, I've said all of these things. I've went crazy on my channel. I've went broke on my channel, busted. I had all kinds of different financial status or statuses while I had this channel. Ugly hairdo, ugly looking, dusty looking, look good. Like, I mean, all kind of different videos and shit that is still up, and it's kind of somewhat embarrassing to look at, but it's all about a transformation, you know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm definitely in the process of losing weight, and um, it's something that is amazing because I just came up with some type of solution that I'm working on that's going to be a new product for my business, owlsherbs.com. And I'm going to play that commercial right now, and I'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to owlsherbs.com, the oasis for your wellness journey. Our mission is to promote good health and reduce the risk of disease by providing a holistic approach to well-being. From the soothing scent of lavender to the invigorating kick of ginseng, we've got you covered with a wide array of herbs, supplements, and wellness products. Imagine the power of nature, harnessed and delivered right to your doorstep. That's the owlsherbs.com promise, and it's a promise we're proud to keep. Shopping at owlsherbs.com has truly transformed my life, says one of our satisfied customers. The quality of their products is unmatched, and I've never felt better. And she's not alone. Countless individuals have found a one-stop shop for all their wellness needs at owlsherbs.com. It's made a world of difference in my life, another customer shares. And what's the secret to our success? It's simple. We believe in the power of holistic wellness, and we're committed to providing the best products to support your journey. Whether you're boosting your immune system, seeking natural remedies, or enhancing your fitness routine, we have everything you need. The path to a healthier, happier life is just a click away. Visit owlsherbs.com today and experience the transformative power of nature. Take the first step towards a vibrant, fulfilling lifestyle. owlsherbs.com, where your wellness journey begins. Improving lives, one herb at a time. Your wellness oasis awaits.
Yeah, so that is definitely owlsherbs.com. That was one of my startups. That is one of the reasons that I'm still here, because I'm healthy enough to be here, fortunately. And yeah, herbs, more. I sell also oils, and that's going to be my newest product. It's going to be something that help you lose weight, something that help you get rid of toxic waste in your body and parasites. And it's all about healing. It's all about trying to be a better person, a healthier person. A lot of the reasons that people have problems losing weight, some people, you won't believe it, they have a hard time this losing weight with the standard just working out and dieting. And those, I mean, like fasting actually absolutely helps. Like if you fast, that's the only way and the best way to lose weight, really. If you have a problem with like just diet and exercise, meaning you still eating whatever standard meal, or even if you can even, here's the tripped out thing. Some people can even go vegan and not really lose that much weight, or stop eating meat and not eat that much, not lose that much weight, and still be working out, like, playing sports, and then, they'll notice a little bit of weight loss. They like trying to scratch their head trying to figure this out. How the hell do I not lose any weight? And fasting is very difficult for some people to do. Um, I can do it, but a lot of people are not able to do that. Okay, they're just not able to fast. Some people are not even able to change their diet. Now, there is some like pills or something that some people take. I think it's something called Ozempic, that people are like, man, they're going crazy over this new drug. They're taking this drug to lose weight because it helps people lose weight. It's like a magic pill or whatever. I don't know. But the thing is that, one, the company, uh, the stock is already, I would say, out of affordability. You know, any stock that's over affordability, I would say, is like, it depends. I would say something that, anything probably over $10. Because it's, a lot of people don't really have a lot of money, just got to keep it real and practical. Once something gets over $10, or even, in many cases over like $5, whatever, it gets out of affordability, where people really can't buy a lot of it to make an impact if there's a price change. So that particular company, I think it was like less than $100. That probably has changed. I don't know. The stock might be more than that. But yeah, it's helped people lose weight. I mean, that's why people are going bat crazy over it. It's like high demand. I don't know what the original reason or use of that particular drug was for. Um, but the thing is that I myself noticed that, okay, I know fasting works. I'm trying to lose about 100 pounds. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to do it. But the thing is that I noticed the same thing with me. Losing weight is very difficult unless I fast. And certainly I can definitely fast, and it's maybe time to start fasting. Uh, the thing is that I always notice when the times that I've lost weight before, and I noticed some things when I lost weight before. One of the things that I used to take, it was some supplements I used to take, and I don't take those anymore. But that helped me. I think it might have helped me lose weight. But actually, more of the movements and stuff like that also helped, because I was working at UPS, unloading packages, and that was a pretty high intense workout, every day. So I lost about 60 pounds in about 4 months, and then I was taking some supplements during that time. But this particular solution that I've been working on is pretty much all natural. It is all natural, actually. Yeah, I noticed that it's helping me lose weight, and I'm working on trying to get this together to market it out and sell it, of course. I think this might be the wave. Like, this might be the next wave for me. So I'm very, very ecstatic about this. new product that I'm going to be launching on owlsherbs.com. And I'm also ecstatic to try to lose weight because you could look really well when you're not, dealing with weight issues. You just gonna look better. Just gonna look good. You want to look good. Especially especially if you're looking to get in a relationship or something like that. You want to look your best. You want to be the best, and you want to continuously be the best, even if you do choose someone, even if you're with someone. So, yeah, I mean, this is something that I'm definitely personally kind of excited about and ecstatic about. And I've been taking it, of course, been kind of like uh, experimenting on myself. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about it as soon as I get everything finalized and marketed. I'm going to put that out. I'm going to make a video, and I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to strive to do more because we're talking about everything matters. Everything definitely does matter. And when it comes to the situation where everything matters, basically, I'm noticing some things that I need to do that is different. I know I need to do some different things. I need to do what works. Okay. Um, so as far as business is concerned, sometimes if the offline world is not working, I mean, or no, not offline, online world is not working, you're not hitting online, you have to go into the real world and market your business. And I've said this before, you have to go in the field. You have to go and be a, a offline salesman. You got different events, festivals. You have to spend that money, get a booth, and put your product out there. That is part of your job as a business owner because one of the parts of your business that you struggle with, and I struggle with it as well, is that you're a salesman. You never forgot that. You never centered in on that. You're a salesman no matter what. You're trying to sell something. And if you're not doing it online, that leaves the offline world wide open for you to bring the offline world to the online world. Meaning, you go out, you give your cards away, you give some flyers away, and you try to sell your product to people in real life, real world, 3D people or 6D or whatever, and sell your products because your products are good. It's just the online world doesn't know how good they are. Or maybe even your presence is you're an asshole. On the internet, your asshole ways just kind of sour your marketing. I mean, it happens. Just got to be realistic because everything matters. Okay. If you are a struggling entrepreneur that has a website and selling merchandise, some of the people don't want to buy your merchandise. Okay. Well, you got to be creative. You look good. You sell good. You just have to go to offline venues, obviously, flea markets, even, and just sell your product. Now, no matter if you look good or whatever the hell you look, you know, you have to market your products and you have to put them out there. You have to market your services. If you sell services, you have to market your services, or you won't get much business. That's just the reality of it. You won't technically eat. You won't be able to survive. That's just free money out there for you to make, and you just got to go offline. That's it. Like, that is what the realization of everything, as far as the context of this discussion, everything matters being the case where, okay, it's convenient to just sell things online. It's beautiful when it works. Oh my God, when it works, oh man, it works beautifully. You know, I watch a lot of people that make money online selling things. You know, a lot of women, they make quite a bit of money selling things online. And the thing is that you know when it comes down to it, selling products online and shipping them out, all you got to do is ship them out. It's a beautiful thing when you can do it. You know, just while I was on this live stream just now, um, I just sold something. I mean, I just sold something. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a beautiful thing when you know you could sell something on the internet. You could just somebody just clicked the button and bought your merchandise, uh, and all because you you put some products that somebody needed on the internet. It could even be a T-shirt, a sweater, or, whatever goods that you have that people want. You put it online, you marketed it, and then people found it, and then they bought it. That's a beautiful thing when it works like that. When it doesn't work like that, then that means you're not getting any sales, and basically, um, you're you're not, you know, um, making any money. So basically, you gotta go off the net. You gotta go offline. You know, you could sell your stuff on the street. That's not bad. I mean, it might sounds kind of inferior, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Chicago is a major city. Downtown is a major city. As far as in the country, in the world, you even say people in the world know about Chicago. They know about New York. They know about Chicago. Okay, so you get yourself some products, and you go downtown, and you get your street peddler's license, and you go downtown, and you could sell all day long. Try to sell things to people, market your products, and it's like a guerrilla way to accomplish what I'm talking about, where it's to get your sales online. Somebody's gonna take that card and they're gonna go to that website. If you got AdSense, they're gonna click some things, and one thing about AdSense, a hater, you know, they gonna not support you, but then they're gonna click a link and then they're gonna support the AdSense if they don't know anything about AdSense. You know, they just click a link. It's like, yeah, you just made me That's $60 purchase I just made some money off of, or whatever. Somebody just clicked the link. Forget the haters. Somebody just clicked the link, and then they didn't buy nothing from you, but they bought something from the AdSense link, and you make some AdSense money. So the thing is I still got AdSense money. I just don't really make that much. Just to be candid. The thing is that the goal is to get money, get revenue for your business. However you can do that, uh, you got to find a way to do it. You got to come up with some type of system to do that, some type of business system that works. As long as it works, then once it works, you can scale it to work better. You could, you know, um, basically once you build up that momentum, that revenue, you want to bank that revenue. You want to reinvest back into the business. You want to make some more money because everything matters. Okay. That's what we're talking about today. Everything matters. You know, that's what the financial defense move that you prepare yourself for. You prepare yourself as if you're on a ship and you are basically going to go on a voyage. Do you pack just enough, or do you pack more than enough? The answer is more than enough. Reason being is you don't want to ever pack just enough, because if something happens where you have to be stuck out in the sea longer than others, I mean longer than that's needed, you will uh, be definitely stranded with no food, no water in the middle of the ocean. That is that's what you do. You overestimate what you need. So the worst case scenario, you're out and you can't make it to your destination in time, and you stuck out in the ocean. You got more than you need, than you basically estimated, and then you have enough surplus to get you through that tough voyage. And that's when you understand everything matters, because you know that's why the person that you look up to, or one of your friends, has money. You don't have any money. You're struggling. You probably even came from a better situation than they have, and you're struggling and they're not, because they looked at things from a perspective of matter, meaning everything matters. Um, it matters that you, respect your boyfriend so he can marry you. I mean, like, it's like, if you, I'm gonna tell you, some of the women that I've dealt with, and a lot of times I'm dating now. Obviously, I'm trying to see what's what. Um, the women that don't care, like those women, they tend to just kind of tell you where their perspective is. They don't really care. Like you know who cares and who doesn't care, and who gives a damn. And it's like a lot of times women over a certain age, they start not to really care, especially after they have breakups, and they been around the block and around the corner. They basically they just start giving up. They just stop caring, you know what I'm saying? Like literally about men, about relationships, and they just give up. And it's not necessarily you, but it is you, because you're not the you're not the guy that they really want, and it is guys that they really want, or is a guy that they really want, and you're just not that dude, and that's all right. That's that's totally fine that you're not that guy, and you being not that guy is the first thing you should understand, um when you just move on to somebody else that wants you. Because while you might be dwelling on some woman that don't want you, even if you really want her, it's somebody else that wants you, that looks better than she does or is better than she is. But you so busy dwelling on her, you don't even move on to the other woman, or try to go out and meet the other woman, because just how you look at everything. You might even be one of those people that everything matters. It matters that she doesn't like you. Well, some things are more intrinsic than others. Like everything matters don't necessarily describe everything, I guess. Um, I guess it does. I mean, it does matter. If she don't want you, that does matter. That matters that to her that you're not worthy of basically doing anything but try to step and fetch it and tap dance and monkey dance your way to try to change her mind, which a lot of dudes do. A lot of dudes do monkey dancing and try to get in a woman's good grace, peacocking. And all that's letting you know is that her know that you want her more than she wants you. At the end of the day, she knows how the game is played, and you're doing all of that because you're trying to get her really, really bad. And she might not even go for it because, you know, she has a type of guy in mind, and you're not that guy. And it's like trying to move on is the easiest way to resolve that situation, because it's always somebody else that wants you. That's all you got to understand. And the thing is that a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people don't get that concept. A lot of people don't understand. what you understand. That's another thing. That's why, everybody thinks that everybody is the same and everybody is equal. You know, it's just communistic thinking or Marxist thinking or whatever the case may be. I don't know what it is, but definitely, you know, a lot of people that think like this is people in the trenches. You know, people in the trenches have that mindset, that's trench mindset. It's only my the person that's in front of me is the same person. The person in front of me, behind me, is no different. So the fact that you're not in the trenches, you just like me, you ain't no different than me. And just because you got money, you hear this talk every time. Like, just because you got money, just because you got it made or whatever, don't make you better than me, and all of that type of stuff. That's where that comes from. That's that trench mindset that, you know, you're not in the trenches like me. You're out of the trenches, but you ain't no better than I am in the trenches, fighting the good fight. So it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, you gotta look at it for what it is. You're not in the trenches. That's why I really don't, I really don't get emotional and stuff anymore. I really don't really be bothered by a lot of other people because honestly, I'm getting out of the trenches. I really am getting out of the trenches. I'm making my way out of the trenches. I didn't, the enemy, he's still firing off pot shots at me, but for the most part, I have waited it out. I have weathered the storms. I have called in reinforcements. I have called in different resources to my position, and the enemy is retreated. Only surviving members have remained, and they're still firing off pot shots at me. But the trenches is, pretty much, I'm going to set my escape out of the trenches. Hopefully, I need some fire, some fire. You know, some of my fellow soldiers, to fire while I make my escape out of the trenches, because that's where I'm at. I literally, true story, like, I mean, not true story, but that's how I look at it. Like, I'm not really, trying to go back in the trenches. I'm not trying to do anything to remain in the trenches. Um, I pretty much am trying to make my way out of the trenches. I pretty much have a situation, fortunately, where I can uh, have some type of lifestyle where I'm not bogged down with debt, and I pretty much dreamed of days like this. You know, I've hope for days like this, and the day is now. And I mean, the thing is that I basically I don't really tell everybody all my business, but I don't look at things how I did before. I used to have long discussions about what reality I wanted for myself, what reality are there for other people, and being that reality that I used to talk about, and actually having that reality is it's pretty cool, man. However I can get there, however anybody could probably get there, as long as it doesn't revolve you, um, you know, I don't know. Hopefully, it doesn't revolve you going through any type of turmoil or whatever, or trauma. But good luck with that. But the thing is that however you get there, when you get there, when you get through, it does feel good, man. Oh my God, I can just imagine, it's just a good thing. And the thing is that people want that good thing, okay? That they want that ability to be, have some type of freedom, okay? Um, they want that freedom. They do want it. They just don't know how to get it. They don't. They don't have it right now. They're in the trenches, and they want that freedom, but a lot of people don't want to do what it takes. They don't believe. They don't believe. They don't they don't rock with you. They don't want to listen to you. They don't want to listen to you because of whatever thing you said or whatever they think, whatever little ism and schism or cultural thing that's blocking them from achieving that level. They do not believe in supporting you more, so that because their dislike from you, that demon is destroying their success, is eating them alive. They rather not like you than to self improve, to overcome the obstacles that they have. They would rather just fucking die than buy anything from you that will help them. And those are the least of those are, worthless people, that they will continuously be worthless. Um, it doesn't matter, it is what it is. Um, the people that matters is the people that do try to support you, and they do take the heed of the lesson, and they get the fruits from uh, that labor, because you got to understand that certain things are important, that you might not think that are important. you know I have insight that other people don't have. I was even raised different than other people. You're 9 times out of 10, your grandfather wasn't a millionaire. Mine was. You know, even my father had a medallion, a city of Chicago medallion, drive a cab at one time. I mean, you know, I I just I don't know. Some people again, they just just gonna do what they want to do. But at the end of the day, what I can say is that it's rough out here, and I see it. I see how rough it is for people to then make the right decisions. I'm gonna be honest. If you're a woman and you waiting it out and thugging it out and pantsing it out, trying to be masculine, that is not a choice necessarily that you want to take. You don't want to do that, but where everything matters is it does. You have to find yourself to humble yourself enough to swallow that narcissism, spit it out and piss it out or shit it out to the point where you understand you're had. You're literally had. You've been had. Um, Everybody knows you're had because you're single. You're a woman. You literally have what everybody else wants, and you still are single. Um, and what I mean by single is you're not married. We're not talking about you get. Of course you can get dick. Of course you can. Of course you can get a man. But you don't have any husband. You don't have a husband. So you might have a long-term boyfriend. Fine. Uh, the thing is that yeah, you can waste away. Definitely doing that. You definitely waste your time. Caking it up with somebody that you think is hot, somebody that you think is worthy of your time and your energy and your essence. But and then you can get frustrated and tell the person you wasted the best years of my life and all of that type of stuff. Or I don't know. I don't really know what the blowback is from that, but the thing is that I see you every day. I mean, you're struggling. You're thugging it out, trying to find a way. And you might even still be with a dude. You might be with a dude and the sex is great. Don't really make that much money and you're independent. So you do your own thing. But I mean, we're talking about everything matters. We're talking about financial defense. Um, 78% of all millionaires are married. Okay. Um, that's a reality. And that is basically um, what most millionaires are, and you struggling with that job, trying to thug it out, trying to do everything, including take the garbage out. You got to understand that you probably, as far as women, as far as you as a woman, probably struggle more than anybody else to understand everything matters. Because I'm gonna be honest, like men understand, yeah, we need a woman. We need to, you got guys out here paying for women because they need a woman so bad. They they'll even do things that other men will call them a simp or do things that are against the man code or whatever because they know they want a woman to be with. They ain't willing to bend over backwards to get that woman. They're willing to embarrass themselves to get a woman, to talk to a woman, and it's like, women would just be like, put on the pants, go to work, you know, put on their jeans, and then yeah, just talk to their coping their friend, aka coping buddy. 'Cause, they need somebody to cope them in this miserable existence that they delusionally think that is okay, which okay means is just coping words. And it's like you can be better than okay, and it's called understanding everything matters. Everything matters. It matters how you talk to men. It matters how you talk to people. It matters that you don't respect men. You don't respect the reality that men, the power that men have, the influence that men have. Um, you don't like it. It's something that you don't like for whatever reason. Most likely, mama is the reason. Um, and the thing is that life goes on. Time does not stop for you to figure out everything matters. Time does not stop for you to figure out everything matters. The people that figure things out the best will probably most likely do the best with that constant understanding and fare the best and survive the best because yeah, everything matters. It just does. Men have some problems too. Men, you know, pass on women. I've definitely passed on women. I passed on women that probably most likely would have been good wives. Um, I definitely have, I can say that. And yeah, I wholeheartedly think that I've done that. Yet at the same time, I look at women that, you know, they just thugging it out. I mean, just trying to figure out a way, thinking that it's impossible for a man to take care of you, or you don't want to get taken care of. You just, you don't want to do what is required to get care of. To get taken care of, you don't want to be that little girl that is got a daddy that tell them what to do. You don't want to be that little girl. You don't want to be that little girl that listens to daddy. You don't want to have another daddy. So you running from daddy. You running from daddy. Um, basically is you running away from your husband. That could be your husband and you know it. Motherfucker damn near salivating at the mouth, trying to be with you, but you know, for whatever reason, you fucking stuck on stupid and you thinking I have another chance and I have another that guy is Drake is gonna respond to my DM. You know, I don't know who else, Usher, whatever. I mean, the thing is that at the end of the day, it's just you in that miserable apartment and your roommate, if you got one, and your dog or your cat. And, that's all that matters at that point. And when you start thinking and realizing and imagining that society is not just you and weave lashes and fingernails, is men that build this society, work this society, secure this society for other men to just not come in wholesale and just take whatever they want, and that includes you. Yeah, you, feminist woman. Um, you know, you basically um, will respect men to the point where you, not saying you value all men. I mean, bum on the street, you could treat people with respect. It doesn't count. Doesn't. you don't have to pay anything to give respect to people. I don't disrespect women as bums. I mean, they disrespectful to me, yeah, I'll be disrespectful, but I don't go and mistreat bums just because they're bums, both men and women. I mean, if they ask me for $1, I ain't gotta give them $1. I mean, obviously they on drugs. Uh, a lot of the cases, I mean, I'm not giving them any money. Uh, Sometimes I might, but the thing is that I don't disrespect them. I don't say go fuck yourself when they ask me for money. No, I don't do that. I, other women, I don't disrespect them. I mean, it's that easy. Like, I don't look down on them either. I mean, they just a woman that probably needs some help or something. But the thing is that the value of a man is going to is it it's a very much issue that a lot of women don't it doesn't matter to them until it's too late, until they get older. What's going on, Alonzo? Until they get older, and then nobody wants you when you're older, right? But basically, maybe some horny men that don't really care. Let's see who else. Older men, of course, that's older than you. Um, they were always there. They were there outside of high school, right? Hint, hint, wink, wink. The older guys with the cars, right? You remember those guys, right? So yeah, it starts mattering to you. But it was important for you to matter 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, but you didn't because you had that asshole boyfriend that you had fun with. Y'all had fun laughing at other people that were quote unquote losers in your eyes. But then you ultimately, in essence, become a loser. Yeah, you got the nice condo, the nice apartment, you got the car, you got the purse, but you're single, which means you basically are a L, a loser. Okay. You're not married, never been married. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, you're not wanted, obviously, by your own self. And it's like because you didn't think things mattered, you didn't think men mattered, you didn't think people mattered. You were thinking you were just queen of the sea. You were not on a narcissistic mountain that basically only you could go to, and your other mean girlfriends or whatever. And it's like, okay, what is the commonality of all of you? You're basically single as a doorknob, no man, just a bunch of freak fests if you're into that. And then, um, basically your pillow and your rose and dildo, and it's like at the end of the day, that's a woman that didn't matter. It didn't matter to her um, what her future was. It didn't matter to her who men were. It's like one man, two men, three men, four men, five men, more men. Like all these men just becomes a situation where men start not mattering to you. And it's like I ain't gonna lie, like um, Alan Roger Curry, man, he broke a lot of things down on a scientific level better than a lot of other guys. Like when he broke down how like basically every woman has a slut cycle. Okay. It's like just like a slut cycle where basically they get their first sexual experience where it's just gratifying, if they're lucky, it's their first time they break their virginity, and then they get another guy after that breakup, or if they get another guy, they get with a guy, and then if the sex is great, then they it's like a high they chase. Like after if that don't work, it just so happens that don't work, they go to another guy, and then they trying to get higher. They trying to get even better, better sexual experience, and then it's just a better sex. Then after a while, just at one point, at one particular point or another, they're doing OnlyFans. They're selling their body. Okay, they goddamn it doing whole porno, and it's just like damn. After a while, it's like they're smoking cigarettes. They crying with makeup on and eyeshadow and shit. And it's like, they're traumatized because it's like they start thinking about all of the just, situations and the men. Nobody really wants them because now they're basically either a covert slut or a open slut. Definitely men don't like, I'll speak for myself. I don't like no slut that's definitely lying. If you're lying, because everything matters, right? If you're definitely lying, that means that you're lying about other things. So yeah, so you're lying about something, the most valuable thing. Like men will fight over it, they'll die over it. Your pussy, you're lying over your pussy, saying that you're not a hoe. You didn't just get a train ran on you a week prior. You know, um, no, that wasn't you in the video. All of that stuff, right? And at the end of the day, you're just a liar. You know, um, at the very core of you can't be trusted. And it's like, okay, if you were, probably more honest, it would be at least respectful. It's like, I respect, I respect hoes that are honest. It's like, you know what? This is what I did. This is what I do. This is my price. Love me, like me. I don't give a fuck. This is who I am. This is where I am. What's up? And it's like, I'm not gonna necessarily be interested, but I respect it because this person ain't lying. They ain't got a lot of me. They ain't got a lot of nobody. And it's like, really, to be honest, it's nothing wrong with being a hoe if that's what you want to be. If you're really into being sexually positive, you love human dildos, and you like assortment of collection of human dildos. Okay, who am I to judge you? Okay, I mean, I could, but then, you know, I'm not, if I don't like that, I just don't deal with it. I don't deal with a woman that's into that. Um, you know what I'm saying? It's that simple. Like, I'm not about to judge you. I mean, is whatever works for you, as long as you're not probably harming me or anybody that I know. Who am I to say about some chick that's, you know, slam dancing on penises? Like, I mean, what do I have to say about that? Like, I don't really, it ain't my business. I mean, at the end of the day, I understand it and I get it. That was what women were actually kind of fighting for as far as feminism. I think that's what one of the reasons they were fighting for it. They were fighting to have, sexual um experiences outside of uh basically what they were accustomed to, or what their mothers and stuff were accustomed to, which was, basically being married, being at home, having children, and not cheating on their husband. You know, um, that was what they were used to. You know, um, and the thing is that they didn't want that. They wanted to have a sexual revolution where they could have sex with whoever they wanted to, when they wanted to, how they wanted to, and they wanted to have an abortion if things didn't work out. Now, here's the deal. We all know how this experiment worked, or how it worked out. This shit didn't work out well. Obviously this shit, and you can't put Pandora's back in the box, right? We see how this shit how this shit, um transpired, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, okay, again, you can't necessarily put it back in the box at this point, right? Got to play it out, right? So the thing is everything matters. You know what I'm saying? Everything matters. That's what we're talking about here. We talk, from a financial perspective, from other perspectives. So with that concept of everything matters, okay, so you want to sleep with this person, that person, this person, that person, this person. Well, I mean, you know, obviously in that situation, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's dudes that they gonna get off in that situation. They go, they okay with it. That's, they gonna get some sexual pleasure from that. Okay, fine. Um, it's a lot of risk involved in that. I mean, you might want to put on a rubber in that situation. Um, because that's kind of nasty. Because technically, you're sticking your joint in other dudes' seminal fluids. Like, I mean, I know, I know people probably don't want to think too much of that. It might be a culture shock to you, but yeah, that's kind of nasty to me to think about, right? That's why, I mean, so the thing is that some dudes are okay with that. That's all right. Um, I don't know, man. It is what it is, but um, a lot of the women that do that, they do even not even some women don't even really even look that good, and they do that, but um, it's very easy for women to go that route because they get um they get into that by basically, sex is like a drug, and they it's their way to get high. um you know Even men, they know women like that. It goes into, now I'm, leaving the square world and you going into the P world, and it's like it's men that exploit that type of concept where, you know kind of going into Spike Lee's first movie, She's Gotta Have It. Well, she wasn't the chick that was in She's Gotta Have It wasn't necessarily selling pussy. Okay. She was getting money from one of the guys I think she was with. So it kind of went into that a little bit. But the thing is that same type of woman now, She's Gotta Have It 2024 has got an OnlyFans and has probably got a sugar daddy or two. Because that's pretty much what she had. She had a sugar daddy because she was dealing with a lot of different dudes. And you got to understand, right? Like, that was a concept that probably really was intriguing by Spike Lee. That was his first fucking movie. That was his first movie of many movies, was She's Gotta Have It. The saga of the Black Madonna. You know what I'm saying? Or pre-Madonna, or whatever you want to call it. You know, just basically with all kind of dudes. Now, the thing is that a lot of women are like that, and dudes be in relationships with women like that, and it's like, okay, well, you know, Do you let your woman sleep with other dudes? Is that what are you are you on some okay, she can sleep with other men type stuff and then you could and it's like, okay, it just kind of goes into a world where I'm not gonna necessarily say I'm comfortable with. I mean, some guys are comfortable with that. Um, some men will say it's unnatural. Even Alan Roger Curry, I'll just keep it all the way 100. That was what he was okay with. He was okay with the concept of basically his wife being with somebody else, possibly with his approval, and um, basically, you know, his situation, even him being with another woman or whatever. What's going on, my brother, this morning?
What up, bro? Chilling, chilling.
Yeah.
I got a hell of a toothache, so I ain't gonna be too long.
Oh yeah.
I know I need to get this damn root canal, but these dentists are fucking retards, and scheduling is all crazy.
Yeah,
So,
it's a lot of dental work, man. So I don't know, it's something I don't know, it's something to that. I think like it's just more people in the United States. I don't know. I don't know what
um,
because I had some situations like that, but come to find out I didn't need a root canal. The stuff
yeah,
that
this
I was
shit is months
taking
out.
reversed it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you take some garlic, some alcohol, some vinegar. You just put the garlic on your tooth, whatever is hurting,
Uh huh.
and you just hold it there, and then you gotta use a comp. Actually, the stuff that I'm about to sell is like kind of goes into that, but it's basically you do what is called oil pulling.
Yep.
It's called oil pulling. You take coconut oil, and then walnut oil, and some alcohol, um, apple cider vinegar, garlic puts on the tooth as well. That joint actually reverse cavities. Reverse
Mm.
cavities, heal the gums. You gotta do some other things. I'll just keep it all the way 100. I ain't gonna say it online. I'll put it in the back chat what you gotta do. It's not
I got
nothing illegal or nothing. It's just I don't want the YouTube police to get on me. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm gonna type this in the back chat. What else you gotta do?
Mm. No doubt. I'm sitting here gargling with salt water or something. I just took some Tylenol.
Yeah, that don't work. That's a
Yeah.
waste of time.
I'm like, God damn. And I thought fucking other pain, yo, ain't nothing like toothaches. This shit
Is it
shuts
in
your
your
whole shit down.
gums? It's in your gums, right?
Yeah.
All right.
But back to what you was talking about them hoes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you some real life crazy shit. So recently, I got a hoe on my Facebook page. Right, I'm Facebook friends with her. Um,
Hey, she, come on up if you was trying to come up, man. I saw you.
yeah, and she she did some wild shit because I be posting about my life insurance shit, and I posted a picture that was like, "Yo, um, invest wisely, man. Girls love niggas with big insurance policies." She went and tagged me, put this whole post. Yeah, we could chill, smoke, fuck, da 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 da. Just don't put it online. I was
Mm,
like, well, you already did, but
mm,
I wouldn't even like. Now that I'm married, I don't even really worry about like all that extra shit. To be honest,
mm.
like I be because dudes don't realize that being married is a fucking target.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
niggas being single think they got it bad, but when you get married, you become a bad bitch, for lack of a
Mm-hmm,
better term,
mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm. Especially
And
if your woman look good. Oh my God,
yeah,
you get it. Like, yeah, man, shoot.
like I remember there was this time where it was these two young chicks. They was like 21 and 22, and they was sitting outside of my apartment complex, and they was drinking and smoking, but they was getting harassed by this mob of like middle school boys.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, "Yo, listen, man, I ain't gonna put hands on these little boys because y'all little niggas don't seem to understand. Like, they don't have any guidance or anything. I guess because they raised by women, they're just out running wild.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like,
Women don't like to um be aggressive to their kids. Not
uh-uh.
not all women, but it's like some women that excuse me are aggressive to their kids to the point where they get them in line. But most women they want to be a friend to their kids, and you can do some dudes do that too, fathers, but you still have to be aggressive. You got to know when to be aggressive, because if you just a patsy to your kids, yeah, they gonna get out there and be doing all kind of stuff, and then they know they ain't really gonna have no problems, so they gonna do it. You know, kids gonna do what they gonna do. Teenagers gonna do what they gonna do. But if your parents, like, you know what you can't get away with. You
Mm.
gonna have some issues. But yeah, yeah, go ahead. My
But
bad.
it's crazy because what happened was this other old dude in my apartment complex was like, listen, old white dude. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna bring him in the apartment because I was just sitting there. I was just like, well, the rest of my dudes had walked off. Yo, man, you can't talk to these kids, man, or they gonna fuck around and make me hit them. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just sit there. And if y'all niggas gonna sit here with these little girls, I'm gonna sit here so that nobody gets in trouble because y'all don't understand the shit that y'all could get yourself into as young men, right?
Yeah,
Fucking with girls. They don't get it. I'm like, yo, my nigga, yeah, it's cute to be like, oh, girl, let me hit it. You got a big booty, bro. You like 14 years old is the oldest one of them. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
I'm like, y'all niggas will ruin your whole life. Number one, because you got older dudes like the dudes who was in the barber shop who will put hands on you.
hmm
Or, these women who will call the cops and you are a black boy. So the cops don't see you as a boy, they see you as the Incredible Hulk.
hmm yeah,
Right?
yeah,
And so we took him to his apartment. He was like, look, you could drink in my apartment. So I went up there with them. And then it was a little skeevy. So I was like, look, y'all come down to my crib. But I'm married, so y'all chill. And they was not dressed great, but they was like, what? I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. My wife's home. I'll introduce y'all to my wife, whatever, whatever. Oh, she like girls? No, I don't like girls that like girls. I like girls that I like girls. I don't want a girl fucking with another girl. That's gay.
yeah,
So
yeah,
um I got your message too. Um so when I brought them in, they saw a picture of my cousin and his wife. Oh, that's your girl. Listen, da, da, da. Look, chick, get the fuck. So I was just like, listen, come in. My wife came out and was like, who the fuck are these? I was like, yo, I got two young ladies with me. So she went back in the room and chilled. And they was like, what? She's not freaking out? I was like, no, because I don't give her a reason to be worried, right? Because again, when you're married, especially if you're faithful, women is just gonna be like, oh, take it, take it, take it. But they just want to ruin some shit. To be
yeah,
honest,
yeah,
they don't
yeah.
even want you.
hmm Yeah, I pretty much I probably wouldn't have done that. Probably wouldn't bring no teenagers up. I barely talk to my neighbors. My neighbor, I think the last time he was having a barbecue and he invited me over, but I just didn't answer the door. And I
Mm.
purposely didn't answer the door because I just didn't want to be bothered. But um I I just don't want to. I'm good. I gave him some seafood. I was working at a seafood plant, and before I was working where I'm working now, and he gave me like something else or something. I think like some food or something, but I ain't want to deal with no
Mm.
barbecue or nothing. But the thing is that I don't want to just get into somebody else's affairs
Right.
because soon as you start going over dude house, they coming over. You know what I'm saying? Coming over
Man,
your house, and then they need help. They calling you. You in the pick. Next thing you know, you dropping their ass off at the fucking train station or worse, the airport. And you like, how the fuck did I get here? And
uh-huh.
then they calling you talking about their marriage problems. See,
Mm.
I know dude going through marriage problems or fucking his baby mama problems because I hear them niggas arguing. And she's
Mm.
the type of chick that, see, she ain't gonna listen to you. You probably tell her the same scenario. Yeah, I got company over, and okay, and then go to another room or whatever. This broad will probably be like, "Who the fuck is this bitch? Who is this?" Start some big uproar about it. So he can't even do that. He walking on eggshells, and I believe this nigga fixed his house up.
Oh
He
hell no.
he yeah, he like basically fixed his house up like with like probably put like 30 racks up before he got the house, and then put some money up to get the house fixed. So they moved in the house already it being rehabbed. Look like they need some work done on it now because it's like a window open, but I don't know if that's because they was locked out and they had to get through the window. I have no idea. But what I do know is his woman try to run his ass. They break up. He might come back, and then I don't know what the fuck going on. They going through their little saga, and this nigga alpha dude. He's an alpha male that's having problems with a little short little black ghetto Keisha chick.
Mm.
And it's like it's something in the sense. I think I think one of the kids or he a stepdaddy too. He like on some stepdaddy shit, whether they married or not. He on some stepdaddy shit because I think she got kid or two um that is from a previous relationship. Because I don't think all of them is his kids. I think if I was on the house side looking in, I think that the baby definitely is his, but the other kids are not his. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of shit that I just didn't get myself involved with. I'm speculating. I'm not nosy like that where I'm gonna ask and all of that. Like, so I'm just seeing what I'm seeing. I know they got a baby because had a baby since he moved over there. But this broad don't if what I'm saying is true, which I believe it is, he fixed their house up. She living in there and she's still not satisfied and she be cussing him out and shit. And it's like, he like, he's Octavius pretty much. His
Yeah.
homies, he. I mean, this dude is a gang affiliated dude. So
Hmm.
it's not like a lot of his friends that come over, whatever. It's not like this dude is, should be a pushover, but I'm saying he's Pookie is Octavius is a big pushover too.
Yeah.
He's not oblivious to being a simp either. And matter of fact, we can go there because like Octavius is really the biggest simp because
I about to say.
he willing to go do fed time and felonies and shit to please Keisha. To sell dope for Keisha when he don't really have to. He can go get a Best Buy job. Or uh Burger King job, whatever, and he taking all the risk because he trying to please Keisha and all her friends and all her peers and shit. And it's like, he don't got to do that shit. He can do DoorDash and fucking I keep saying Best Buy, Burger King as well, but he don't want to do it because they ain't making enough money. He to get a chain, a car, and you know what I'm saying, clothes and stuff. So it's like it's really weird, and it's like I tell these people because I mean they gotta listen to it from me, whether they don't like it or not, because I fucked up and shit, and I went to go to jail for a minute. But the thing is that I ain't. Yeah, I had some of the reasons that I went to jail. I think it was related to the fact that I was going through a troubled situation with my ex-wife. But the thing is that on the outside looking in from it all, you can't put yourself in a position where you just gonna get with a random chick just because you didn't have a broad on Tuesday.
Mm.
It just can't you can't do that, because a lot of times when you on that level, we're talking about everything matters. That matters if you did that, because one, she gonna notice that you really need her because she's getting away with murder, the things that she's saying to you. So they already established. I was on, basically, I'm not gonna say where I was at, but these guys was laughing about it because they
You
know,
talking
like,
about earlier today?
yeah, like they know that these a lot of these guys, and they probably still like that, where they just give these broads a whole mile, and then wonder why they have a whole problem after they done gave her a mile of letting her get away with shit, and they
Mm-hmm.
wonder why they can't control a relationship. And I hope these brothers have figured that out now. But that's why you get the old second marriage and the third marriage and all that, because you ain't deactivated that simp chip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the thing is that it's a dominant situation. You're either going to be a master or a slave. It's like the old hard drives. When I first started IT, it wasn't like it is now. Obviously, technology has expanded, it's changed. When I first started, we had the whole old hard drives with pins, and they came on a ribbon cable. And if you wanted to hook up two hard drives to a desktop, you had to use one as a master, or a secondary would have to be a slave. And that was how that worked. Like, that's just how it worked. Now you can put two hard drives, three hard drives. It doesn't have to be any master slave type of situation or whatever. You can put as many hard drives you want in the desktop as you have cables. But I say all of that to say, in a relationship, some women are trying to dominate men, especially nowadays. A lot of women, they're used to actually dominating men. That's why
Oh,
when you
no.
go to yeah, go ahead.
I thought, oh yeah, I was agreeing with you.
Because when you go to the business, when you go to your job, when you conduct business, that's how these women act, and they're used to it, and they're taking it home. That's why
Mhm.
another reason why they have, and that's why I was saying earlier, why they having issues with men, because um their interactions and positions are in a dominating position, and
All
might
day.
not even be dominating. It's just because they have to work, they have to be assertive, and they get used to being assertive or get really good at it, and then they try to go home, and it's like your husband is, or the man that you probably want is not gonna be taking your assertiveness. It's gonna be a problem, especially if somebody like me, man. Bitch, I'll beat, I'll beat the shit. I'll knock I'll knock your ass up, man. Come on, this boxing gym. You think you talking to me like you gonna whoop my ass? Let's go. Okay. Let's go to the boxing gym, honey. And then, this would be a funny thing, right? This would be a funny skit, right? So your wife, or not, not your wife, but it just say you got say I got a girlfriend, and then she's talking to me like she can whoop my ass, because as men, we understand things. We don't talk to each other like we about to whoop each other's ass, because that probably will happen. We
Yeah.
understand it, but women think that they can get a pass in talking to us like they can whoop our ass and not get their ass whooped. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's ways to deal with that. But the thing is, I'm like, okay, well, this going back to the skit. We got to go to the gym because you obviously think you can whoop my ass. So then go to the gym. Then she comes back. She's got puffy eyes. She
Mm-hmm.
looking like Martin off when
Tommy Hearns.
he was fighting Tommy Hearns. That skit, man. I mean, you know, they already be dancing. Oh, I got the dance. I got the song they was dancing to last year. Oh, I got that shit on cue. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they already be dancing to domestic violence. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you were probably famous or something rich, they'll make a big fuss about that. That you make a skit like that, even if you joking. But the thing is that um women do be acting like they can talking to you like they can whoop your ass. And
Yeah,
all the while they just gonna call your boyfriend, I mean their boyfriend that they was fucking with before you, come and whoop your ass, or their brother. And it's like, a lot of times you can find out how they are before that, obviously, but it's like, yeah, they be doing that little goofy stuff. Um, you on Twitter?
yeah.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm not. I'm on Instagram.
Twitter is crazy, man.
I
And
was on Twitter. Yeah, I think my name was Real Estate Zoe. That's when I opened my Twitter when I got real estate. But I
oh,
know a Pookie who got a bunch of bitches. But I want to go back to the bitches dropping babies.
hmm
And I realized that nigga, like you said, your boy, he's basically a Gloctavius, right?
which
And
one? Which one?
your neighbor,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
right? So here's the deal, right? Because like you said, you know at least the baby is his. Now
yeah.
we got to realize something because a lot of time people will blame women. Well, you got 17 kids and you Future's ninth baby mama. What made you think he was gonna be around for this baby? But
Yeah.
I think men got to stop being fucking stupid too. What do I mean? Gloctavius will run up in Keisha and drop a baby in her. She's giving him a baby because she think that's gonna make him stay around.
hmm
Then he goes to jail or gets killed or leaves.
hmm
Now she's looking for another dude. When the next dude comes along, all right, you know what? You have one kid, it's or whatever. She purposely gives him a baby because she knows that men don't want to take care of somebody else's kid. So she is going to give you a baby. She's
hmm
going to make it happen,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
then she does that 2 and 3 times. Now she got 5 kids. Guess what? It's a Gloctavius who's like, well, shit, I'll hit it and I need a place to stay.
Right. Yeah.
And
After the first Octavius leaves,
yeah.
it's crazy.
And so he comes in and he like, well, shit, I need like, yo, I got a homeboy. He got, I'm in a 5 building apartment complex. He got a bitch in every building.
Yeah.
But he says some crazy shit to me about this one bitch because he's paying all her rent and shit. Yo, I need her, son. Why? Because you can't get shit in your own name. But
Mm-hmm.
you out here doing what you do and you getting the money.
hmm
So you need to, like, as a man, son, especially bro, we in our 40s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like this nigga's pushing 50.
Damn.
You know what
Oh
I'm
my
saying?
God.
Well shit, once you hit 40, nigga, you pushing 50. So
Yeah, right. Exactly. I mean,
but
he's
he's
in his 50s though, right?
no. He's pushing 50. He's not
Oh,
in
he
his
pushing
50s yet.
50.
He
Oh,
pushing 50. But my man's told me that. He was like, shit, I'm damn near 50. I was like, what? He was like, well, after you hit
that's still
40, what's
not
next?
bad. That's still bad. That's still really
Yeah.
fucked up though.
He's over 45. I'll put it to you like that. And I'm like, bro, you pushing 50, like, you gotta have something in your name because like if you look at people like the Genovese family, right? They out there, they do what they do too.
Yeah.
But number one, they look like the dudes who are in the background of your picture, not just color wise, but attire wise. And they got shit in their name.
Yeah.
right? And if a bitch get it fucked up, they doing like motherfucking Nino Brown. Cancel
Yeah.
that bitch, I'll get a new one,
Right.
right? But what Glocktavius is doing is this is why your boy has to let her talk to him this way. Cause I guarantee you that house ain't in his name.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
possession is 9/10 of the law. So
Yeah.
bitches know I got this Glocktavius by the boy. He might be able to talk all this big shit with these niggas
Yeah.
because they can't do shit to him. But
Right.
he can't physically do shit to me because I'll take everything he has.
Right.
Right? Because like I said, my guy is pushing 50. But
Yeah.
the apartment ain't in your name. The car ain't in your name. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if she decides, you know what, fuck you, nigga, what can he do? So
Mhm.
he got to sit there and let her talk to him like she could whoop his ass. Because
Mhm.
basically, when it comes down to it, as a man, possessions is what we, resources and shit, right?
Mhm.
So if it's the possessions, he can't look
Mhm.
weak to the other men. So he got to let her talk to him like she could whoop his ass. Because if she takes shit away from him, the wolves is gonna eat his ass alive.
Right. Right.
They gonna be like, "Oh, nigga, you slip?
Yeah.
Num 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 num." You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah. I
that's the
mean,
position he puts
I'm
himself.
empathetic. I'm empathetic to a certain degree because I know what that life is about. I know how that is,
I'll
and
be
I
right
know,
back, yo. I got a phone call.
okay, and I know how hard it is to separate from that life. Um, I have some empathy to a certain extent. I mean, and then life is very brutal if you come from a family that doesn't really have the wherewithal, and you gotta struggle to survive. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive. But you gotta find a way to break from that shit. You gotta just gotta get away from it, and you might need fucking therapy, man, to get somebody to talk to mentor you out of that life, because if you continue that route, you're just gonna be up a hill. Most likely, he's been in jail. He's basically probably even been back and forth from jail because see, this is the thing. That's why I have this book. You know, the Millionaire Savings Plan. This a lot of things are you're entrapped. Because you basically don't have it just could be a situation where you just don't have the mindset, you don't have the actual finances with capital to get out of your situation. You could be in a situation where your mom didn't have the capital, your dad didn't have the capital and the wherewithal and the mindset, and then you're born and you grew up in that same struggle, and then it's like a cycle. It's like a situation where there's a cycle, and then now you have to deal with it, and the best way you could deal with it is selling whatever you trying to sell, and then you basically having a chick with her apartment um that you're paying for, in her name and no property because you can't get an apartment with a felony. It could be just like that, and it's like that was from just how you were raised. You just being raised in that type of environment, that type of situation where you basically you know um you had to survive. You came from a situation where you grew up with a wooden spoon, you know and you had to survive and make it through. And that's that. So yeah, you gotta be really mindful of what's going on. But if it's like when I hear, I mean, you talking like you about to whoop my ass. I mean, I'll be like, and then you know what I'm saying, you can't say nothing because this was your favorite song last year, right? You know what I'm saying? This is one of your favorite songs, so this was the favorite song last year right here.
Feet on him. Ain't gotta touch the bitch cause her baby daddy beat on him. No, for real, beat her ass, then he shit with my feet on him. Ain't gotta touch the bitch cause her baby daddy beat on him. No, for real, beat her ass, then he shit with my feet on him. Ain't gotta touch the bitch cause her baby daddy beat on him. No, for real, beat her ass, then he shit with my feet on him. Ain't gotta touch the bitch cause her baby daddy beat on him. No, for real, beat her ass, then he shit with my feet on him. Ain't gotta touch the bitch cause her baby daddy beat on him.
So yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't approve of that. Basically, all you have to do is you know, just don't deal with them. You know, don't deal with them. And it's fucked up because there's so many women like that. It's so many women that are like this in this country that I've literally, let me be honest with you, my perspective last year is not the same perspective this year. I'll just say that because it's just so many women that are like this that it's just like almost like a poison that has seeped into so many women that it's just like it's like a disease that has just seeped in through other women, and they know what they're doing. The other negative women, they try to do whatever it takes to affect the positive women to think just like they do, because you got to understand, like, men don't fall for that. Men understand, okay, this dude, I know why he does the things he does because that's how he was raised and such. We don't look at other people like in high regard, like we gonna follow what they do. It's usually men are following the other men that you know kind of have a better situation. You know what I'm saying? It's like women are following the women that literally had no dad, and they're getting advice from them. And then a woman could be raised with her own dad and mom that she could literally go talk to her dad anytime she wants to. She'll listen to a woman that didn't have no dad give her advice on how to not be a pick me. And that's like literally the world that we're living in, and it's really crazy. It is wild. From a person that was a teacher, a school teacher, a computer teacher, um, this world is very, very wild as far as that is absolutely a reality nowadays. That what women are absolutely falling for. And they know what they're doing. Like they literally like I mean, that's literally a lot of women right there. No dad giving women examples of how to be not a pick me, how to not be picked by men. And they literally their mom was not picked by men. They grow up and then get a good bundle and whatever, they look halfway decent and have get a microphone, a YouTube page, and laugh and try to berate women for being natural women and actually wanting to be picked by men. This is absolutely crazy. um I don't understand it. I don't care to understand it. Last year, I would probably care. This year, I don't give a shit about it, man. You know, I'll be in New York next week probably before I like I mean going to fucking shopping before I give a hell about that shit. And I'm planning on it. Like I'm not gonna be on this bullshit like going back and forth. I just call it crazy. That's it. Like it is crazy. Cause it's like, I mean, I mean, it's a lot of people, man, that's trying to figure this out, like the Glock back to Glocktavius. I mean, Glocktavius even trying to figure it out. Uh, I mean, I don't know. I ain't trying to figure it out. I got me a house. I bought it for 10 grand. The first year was a struggle. Camped out, had a wood stove after about 6 months. Then I had to get a propane heater, not a propane, kerosene heater. Had to camp it out, rough it up, go to the had a gym membership. Matter of fact, I had two gym memberships to take a shower. You know what I'm saying?
Not
Just
to
thugging it
interrupt, but
out.
there's a lot of blood, bro.
What's there?
From what you told me.
A lot of blood, you said?
Yeah, in my mouth.
You said blood.
From yeah.
Yeah, you supposed to have it. Yeah, so you just keep, and then get some peroxide. Get some peroxide, and then use that like you was using the salt water, and just kind of just keep gonna have to do that like probably about 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Like just keeps rinsing it out and keep pulling, and also use an ice pack if you got an ice pack.
But you say you need a root canal. I was listening earlier, but I had a call. I had to come back. You say
Yeah,
you needed a root canal.
yeah. He said,
Yeah, they told me, but these doctors they like the scheduling is ridiculous. It's months and months and months out. So I was like, I ain't got no choice but to sit here and wait.
So you got like a cracked tooth, rotted tooth.
It's like crack.
"Oh, it's
Yeah,
cracked. Oh, yeah, you gonna have to get it repaired."
yeah,
But you still that will help, but it ain't gonna repair tooth enamel. I mean, I ain't gonna say no
yeah.
more. They
I
might
know.
be able to feel it though. If it does work, you might not need the root canal. You might just need a filling, and then that'll repair the crack. So yeah,
Yeah,
people been doing that for a long. Dentists is new. Modern dentistry is like kind of new. People been
yeah,
repairing cavities for years. You know,
yeah. But
yeah,
even
decades.
with I've been hearing about coconut oil.
Yeah, that's what I told him earlier.
Yeah, rinsing your mouth out with coconut oil helps.
Coconut oil and walnut oil.
Yeah,
Help. Yeah,
it's a
walnut.
lot of home remedies we
Yeah,
took for granted.
the walnuts, man. I got it right now. I'm looking right at it, and I only use like probably not even 1/8 of that bottle. And the Amish use that. Amish use walnut oil because that's what it say on the jar.
Yeah,
I ain't even know they use that. People probably never even heard of walnut oil, but Mariano's got all that bougie shit. I don't know if you got Mariano's everywhere, but they got them in Chicago. It's kind of like Whole Foods, but
yeah.
but you know what? They got Mario. Wait, no, that was Whole Foods because I was in Atlanta in 2013. That was Whole Foods. Yeah, that wasn't
Yeah, you got Whole Foods, a lot of nature's best. Then you have like the mom and pop uh
Piggly
health
Wiggly.
stores.
Probably most likely, right? You got Piggly Wiggly or nah?
Yeah, cause I know you was talking about like earlier. I had shared on my Facebook about parasites, the clean parasites,
Yeah,
pomegranate seeds,
yeah.
and what is it called?
Pumpkin
Pumpkin
seeds. Yeah,
pumpkin seeds.
yeah.
They're the best for cleaning parasites. This guy, he said he's from Istanbul, whatever, and he
Yeah.
was saying how he do that. They do that yearly. The whole country, they do it yearly, where they have a yearly cleanse. and they
Yeah,
just
The
do
Mexican
it.
people I work. Well, I work with a Mexican chick and a dude from Peru, and he said they do that every year, like it's a ritual where they clean the parasites out.
Yep.
I don't know what he said they use, but um, I mean, yeah, I got that in my detox. I got pumpkin seed extract and I got a whole bunch of stuff in there. It will clear out a lot of stuff, but I'm working on something now that I'm trying to work with. It's got coconut oil in it and a couple other things. It's just so strong that I have to dilute it. And this kind of, I'm gonna tell you a true story about my homie that was like he used to make a whole bunch of money selling oils, shea butter, black soap, and he used to sell body oils. Dude used to make so much money. Like, I mean, he used to have checks like because he was selling for people because there's a lot of people that sell on the street. Like probably the same thing in New York. He would sell shea butter and black soap and body gel.
Yeah, that's big. That's where you get all the health shit is off the street.
Yeah, like my homie used to supply those people that used to sell on the street. Like he was wholesaler. He was a wholesaler. So and that's how he started. So he was big. Like he would like man, you make thousands of dollars, man, a day. He would I helped him move and he had money all in his dresser drawer because he's saved too. He ain't really spend that much money unless it was on his business, and he would just be saving his money. But my thing with him is he didn't want to buy no real estate like I told him to because he had the money, but he just didn't have to understand it. But the thing, and he used to always rent. He used to rent too much, and I had told him about that. But where I'm trying to go is that basically he used to always talk about how much money profit he used to make from selling oils because you can get one thing, a bottle of oil that's $10. And I used to sell oils too. I tried doing it. You know, it's, it's kind of it ain't my thing, but the thing is that you can get like 10, you can get a bottle of oil for $10. Like it's about let's just say um, about 4 ounces. And you can actually even cut it, which means you could put some water in it and you can get more out of it. But people not gonna like it if you cut it because it's gonna kind of dilute it. But that's what he used to say. Like you could one bottle of oil is $10. You can make like $200 off that one bottle,
Yeah.
possibly. And
Because
it is and that's better than that's better than like dope, like selling drugs. Like literally can't do that with even drugs. Like I
shoot.
never sold nothing but weed, but can't do that. So it's like the oil game is better than the drug game. And we used to talk about that. He used to talk about that a lot. And it's like that's what I'm dealing with this little tonic that I'm creating. Cause like I'm testing it and it's too strong. So I have to keep diluting it. And I'm like, damn, I'm creating more bottles because I have to do that because it's too strong. Because I got cinnamon oil. Cinnamon oil by itself is fucking
Yeah,
strong.
man. Yeah.
It is strong as hell. And that shit will fucking cure. I mean, I ain't gonna say cure. I would say that
Yeah,
thing
what
it'll
it helps with a lot of illness.
it'll help with a lot of shit by itself. So, man, I mean, life is good, man. God is good, man.
Cayenne pepper is so good with people with like high blood pressure. Just taking cayenne pepper alone relieves the cuts down on the blood pressure because it makes your blood thin. You taking all these blood thinner pills, and that's all they do. Like what is it? Willow bark. They use that for aspirin. They just take aspirin, take some willow bark, throw it in there, mix some other stuff with. There you got your aspirin.
Damn.
You know,
Wow. I
they take
learn something
basic
every day.
necessity of stuff that we always use, like cayenne pepper. They mix cayenne pepper with a lot of other little sedatives, and there you go for your blood pressure pills
I
because they
know
know the basics.
I know about cayenne pepper. Another thing you could, because people don't want to take cayenne pepper because it's too hot. You know, I I like hot stuff. So, cause
Yeah.
I that's how I was grew up. I used to eat African pepper, which is hotter than the standard pepper. Like that's what I grew up on. So the thing is that if you had that by your bed, like in a little bag or whatever, man, that cayenne pepper will stop a heart attack in progress. Like you
Hmm.
take that with some water, that motherfucker will stop a heart attack. I mean, well, allegedly, YouTube. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. YouTube, not me saying it. That's what I heard from the grapevine that somebody said that did that. Not me, YouTube. But yeah, man. That cinnamon wood, boy, it's very very strong. Um, I still I made like 3 bottles. I had to cut. This would be my fourth time or third time cutting the bottle because the cinnamon just too strong. So I'm trying to figure out a right type of way to cut it. But then that's making more bottles. So I'm like, damn, I got a beautiful problem on my hands because this little tonic that I'm gonna be creating, I'm you know pretty much this thing. I think this gonna take off because if it's like I said it's gonna do, and what it's doing for me is kind of cutting the fat, like kind of eating away at the fat a little bit. Uh, I think this gonna be big, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Look
be a
at
big
ginger
one.
too.
Yeah,
Ginger, man. Ginger suppresses the hunger.
yeah. Ginger does a lot of things. It's good with an upset stomach. But you know what's really
Yep.
good with an upset stomach too is
What's that?
cinnamon. Cinnamon.
Yeah.
I before I got my oil in, I just used to just have I got cinnamon by my bed. Like if I ever have any stomach issues, I literally just take cinnamon and then next thing you know, I ain't got no stomach issues whatsoever. Like
Man,
just with a little dash of cinnamon.
I gotta get you this dude on Instagram. Man, this guy, he talks about like I told my wife, like, man, I'm finna start selling like lip gloss. I'm
Hmm.
finna start selling lip gloss. Like be on the low. Like, dude, I'm gonna be a millionaire for that stuff. Cause I'm like, everybody, like all the women use lip gloss. So if I just start a brand and I kind of cater to the kids first and then the adults next, because anything that a kid will pop on, parents are paying for.
Yeah.
So that's the number one thing. So if I cater to the kids and then have an adult line that goes along with it, like this guy, he shows on Instagram where you go to get the barrels of coconut oil. He shows where you just get like regular sugar if you want to make scrubs. Just get the regular sugar, get all the oils to make the scrubs, the containers, how cheap they are. Like I actually went on the site and got some oils for my cousin. Well, he got the oils, I got the containers for him. So he was trying to sell like a what was it, 12-ounce bottle for like $40. And it's a lot of mixed oils. It helps with like scalp and dry skin. But I'm like, nobody's spending $40 on that little bottle and they don't know you. I'm like, dude, get like the little small rub. You know how the cologne, the little oils where they put the cologne in and rub it on you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was telling him, start off selling them for like $8.
Body
If
oil.
they get two for the 10, yeah, the body oils. Get two for the 10, three for the 15 or something like that, to where you got them $5 a piece. Dude, we went on the site. I spent $80 for the tops, the rollers, and the little small glass itself. I think those glasses like 3 ounce, 2 ounces or something like that. I think they 2 ounce. Don't you know, like, if dude was to sell them at least $5, he'll kill on his profit. Like I got 150 of them for like 83 the bucks.
Yeah.
150 of them jars for $83.
Like basically that's what people do in like Chicago. If they
Yeah.
struggling, they just get like a bag and then they sell body oils and incense and just
Yeah.
walk around, and then next thing you know, you done made like $75 before the sun sets. And that's not a lot of money, but you didn't have to go to McDonald's. You didn't have to worry about getting it, if they was gonna hire you or not. You just walked around and sold what people need already. Like it's this chick, it's it's the second chick that started working in my job that started smelling like when they first this Nigerian chick. She was smelling when she first started, and then I mean it went away. I mean I guess she needed some paychecks or whatever, but it's like this one other chick, she Mexican, and she stank. Like she just, I mean, musty as hell. Like, and I'm like, damn. Nobody said nothing about it. I ain't even say nothing about it. But we was talking about weight and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to lose weight, and I told her, what I was gonna do or whatever. But the thing is like I wanted to really say like, damn, you stink. I mean, and I just did. I just haven't had the heart to say anything about it. But we were talking. You talk at work. Just is what it is. But the thing is, it's like she was kind of telling me that she going through something without telling me she going through something. Because she said her father got sick and died, and he was basically the patriarch of the family, and basically they struck. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, okay, so maybe she in a house where washing machine broke, or you know the bathroom broke or something. I don't know. I mean, shit. I understood. Okay, that's probably why she got hygiene issues, or whatever. But I mean, I'm just hoping that she could probably get a couple checks in, man. Be I, maybe I might, maybe I might. I still got some body oils because I know people that sell oils because I know a whole bunch of people because my homie and him selling oils. He know a lot of people and I know them, so I bought some oils from a guy that I knew. I'm gonna try to. Should I just leave her one at the tables? No, I'm just joking, but yeah,
And the thing, if you gonna do that, hey, just like come in there like you giving them out to everybody. Give everybody one.
oh yeah, that's
That's
Or
what
what I was about to say. Just give it to everybody.
Oh, okay, just pass it.
yeah.
Just give a pass
Or
out.
or just even do the, hey man, I got some oils. Y'all come check them out. My friends sell them. We'll come get them if you like them. You
Mhm.
know, it's like a not it thing because everybody else will look. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna check it out, but they not really touching them. They trying to get her to grab one.
Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. Cause
Yeah.
I mean, it be like, and I ain't gonna lie. I think that's why they put her down there with me. Cause I work like in a lower floor or whatever. But it's like, man, she can't work upstairs because she be smelling, man. It's like
Yeah.
can't be around customers like that, man. Smelling like that. But mm,
I mean,
but it,
even with that, that's just the thing. Just telling her, be like, hey man, you gotta keep your appearance up, man. You gotta be looking good, smelling good. That the appearance help in front of the management eyes. And I would just focus saying like on her looks. Like, man, you can't be, crush clothes or something like that. Kind of nitpick at
yeah,
stuff like that instead of her smell, but just throw the smell thing in there. And hey, you gotta
yeah,
look good, smell good, but then you can't be wearing crushed clothes. Just glaze over that to where she'll get the message, or like you just basically telling her appearance. The management probably wants you down here with me because hey, your appearance might not be up to par. Hey, look at those other guys up there. They're men, but for females it's different. Y'all have to look a certain way. Like everything has to be on point. Your look, your smell, your
yeah,
hair, like kind of talk to her like that in a sense to say, hey, if you want to move up in the company, those are the key things right there.
yeah. It's like I'm only gonna be there for another few months, like actually like 4 more months because the contract company I work for, they lost the contract to somebody else. So they got new people
Okay.
coming in, and it's like she gonna be taking my role, and it's like I'm like I'm just I just don't have the heart to tell her, and I know that's why she down there, and it's like because they don't what
Hey,
they do is they'll put you somewhere if you just a problem they gonna like put you somewhere where you gonna be out of the way. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
yeah.
damn,
I
man.
mean, even with you leaving, I would just write her a simple note. Be like, man, you've always been a cool person. It's not a hate. I'm not trying to come at you,
Yeah,
but this is what needs to be said. You know,
yeah.
ain't no way around it.
And it's like the managers don't even see, if anything, the managers just say something, but they don't even say nothing. Like, I don't get it. Like, if anybody, a manager should be like, you know what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying?
their job.
Say something. Like the white dude I work with, he my manager, right? Older or whatever. He pushed me to the side, like, hey, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. It's like he don't even I mean, well, he can't really do that because he's not he's with my company that I work for. So it's a conflict of interest. But he could tell even her manager ain't said nothing, probably. Like I'm like, man, what the this corporate America, man, you can't like just let somebody come in, especially a woman. A woman is not really even supposed to smell. That's like what I was
Yeah,
accustomed to, like growing up. Like I expected women not to have an odor, but I mean, not like in a sense that outside of the bedroom or whatever. But it's like, yeah, it's I'll be work. I normally take transportation, and you'll be surprised by the women that be stinking, man. Like
yeah.
it's young, older, in between, and it's like just be having an odor, and it's like they don't want to wear no perfume.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off, y'all.
Okay,
All right.
yeah, like they don't wear no perfume or some type of body oil or lotion. And it's like, I mean, I don't understand it. Like, women are definitely
It,
supposed to not have
it
no.
comes from that same territory as young men not having the fathers around. You could
Mhm.
have a mother in the house and she still don't give you any guidance. She
Mm.
lets you know that you're supposed to, keep your hair up, brush your teeth. But far as that, that's it. Like a lot of mothers don't tell daughters, you stink, you this, you that, even with hygiene. Like women will grow up not even know that their body is going to produce an odor, during their cycle or anything, and they don't see anything wrong. You
Yeah,
know, I know girls when they hella smell good. Like this one chick I used to mess with, I used to always know she probably was close to a cycle because she would go heavy on her vanilla spray. She used to wear like a vanilla spray, and then
yeah,
she'll go heavy on it certain times. And I knew like, yeah, you
yeah,
getting close to that because you would smell it, like it smell a certain way. And a lot of women, like I said, they just don't get that training. Like, man, you supposed to smell good, dress. I know girls that they would take like if they could 2-3 baths a day just because they didn't want to smell a
yeah.
certain way.
Summertime, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They would use that powder that it's not. They come to find out it wasn't good for you. That Johnson and Johnson powder.
yeah,
They
yep,
would do whatever it took. Like, I mean, it come with extra care. It comes with I mean, obviously, if you financially challenged, that might have that does play a role. If yo like for example, when I was in school, when I was in high school, one of my homies, he he was going through something that I really didn't know, like until I went to his house. So
yeah,
he used to come to he was on a basketball team, he was on a football team, he tall, you know, um light skinned, you know what I'm saying, was in at the time and shit. Like me, you know, um you know what I'm saying? Like all the chicks liked him and shit, but he had a problem in the locker room. The dudes used to clown him because he his clothes and everything, he smelled like mold.
Yeah.
So when I went to his house, I saw what was going on. Basically, his mom was cool and everything. Like he had a sister that was kind of hot, and she was thick. She was real thick, but she was kind of a bossy type chick though. She was a brat. But basically, um, he had a water leak or something, and his mama didn't know how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm.
when you have water damage or standing water and it don't dry up in time, um you have to deal with any mold that comes from that. And
Yeah.
you got to deal with it right away because mold spreads. It's
Hmm.
fungus.
Yep.
So a lot of women don't know how to deal with that. Even men don't know how to deal with it. And they just let it stand. And then next thing you know, your whole house smells like mold. And it's hard to get rid of. Um, and it's like, it get on your clothes. It actually gets in your breathing system, and you can get sick from that. And
Hmm.
um, that's what he was dealing with, man. And it's like, dude wasn't. I mean, I don't think he was poor. None. His daddy had a fucking whole cleaners. His daddy had a whole strip mall. So I mean, I think it was just something. Maybe the mama wasn't trying to ask the daddy, because a lot of times these women be so prideful, they don't want to ask nobody for no
Yep.
help, and they'll literally struggle. And the
Yeah.
statistics says that, like, that's the reason why a lot of, well, I'm not gonna say most, but I'll just say some of the women that are in poverty, as far as the stats, they in poverty because they just don't want to ask for help, but they don't want to be under a man. you know they just don't want to be under a man, so they'll just like suffer, um because they don't want to listen to their man, their baby daddy or their husband or whatever. So they'll just suffer in silence. And it's like, I mean, I get it, I understand it to a certain extent, but I don't get it because you got your kids involved. Your children, you gonna suffer because you don't want to pick up the phone and call their daddy.
But a lot of times, man, with that, you was right. It's majority, not even half, majority. That sense of pride that what women have, and they don't need no man, and it's come from. It ain't even that boss chick energy. It's just what a lot of women were raised to be self-reliant because their dad wasn't there, so their mom teach them to be self-reliant that they don't need a man. If you can't do it, nobody can. You know,
Mhm.
and that falls on deaf ears when it come to with the kids, especially because they gon' hey, if I can't do it, it can't get done. Like something simple as that, she could have easily asked the baby dad, but more or less she didn't know what to do, so she was just living like that. She was condemning her kids into all that because she didn't know the severity of that illness could kill them, because she's looking at it like it ain't that bad, we still living, we still moving, we still breathing. But
Mhm.
longevity, that guy could end up developing cancer. Have certain issues with his
Mhm.
lungs due to stuff like that.
Yeah.
That falls into like a lot of breathing issues. Over time, where a lot of older people they go through that heavy when they get older. Like you're not gonna see the effects until years later.
Mhm.
That's how people. And I just hate it because like a lot of women they say, well, I'll struggle by myself. If I'm gonna get a man and I'm struggling with him, I'd rather struggle by myself. No, I'd rather struggle in a couple situation to where both of us can make it out of it. Because if I don't have something, that other person, my wife, she can help me. If if that woman don't have nothing, that man can help her. Literally, if you don't have anything and you
Mhm.
come into the table,
Mhm.
you basically are screwed for
Yeah.
more or less, so many purposes and reasons because
Mhm.
you don't have nobody to fall back on. And that's
Right.
where a lot of women get the short end of the stick because they're looking at it like, if I ain't got it, I just ain't got it. Well, if you ain't got it, your man might have it. And it,
Right.
it kind of crazy just to
Yeah,
hear women with
crazy.
this
It is.
scenario, man.
Hey, I saw it on Kevin Samuel's show. It was a chick called in and said she lived in the projects after she divorced her husband. It's almost like kind of like I don't know what type of they got a bunch of religions in India. I don't I don't know,
Yeah.
but it's one religion where they take all of their riches and all of their possessions and they give it away and take a vow of poverty.
Mm.
Basically, I don't know. Like I saw something like that on a just like a documentary or something like that a long time ago, and it kind of remind me of that. Like it's like they almost taking a vow of poverty because just because they don't want to, they hate their boyfriend so much. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it like this, and I might sound like a simp for saying this, but some of these guys don't know how to negotiate with terrorists. I'll just say it like that. Like they don't know how to
True.
negotiate. Like you can't be fuck you, be I don't care about you. I hope you die. Like I mean, that's not going to help you, deal with her because okay, obviously she's calling you because she's got the babies because she wants to be attached to you. I mean, that just it just is what it is. So you got her with your kids. One, you don't want to make drive her crazy with your kids. That's one thing. It's just kind of how I look at things. You don't want to drive her crazy while she got your kids. Two, you don't want to be warring with her while she got your kids. Like, I mean, only thing she could do is what? Try to call you and cuss you out, right? She trying to call you and cuss you out. Okay. Well, all you got to do is say, "Ma'am, can you please get therapy? Can you go talk to somebody?" She might try to flip it on you and say, "Yeah, I would need to talk to somebody if I had a good enough baby daddy or or husband or whatever." And it's like, please, ma'am, can you please go talk to a therapist? Or, I mean, go talk to a mama. Try to, so you can show sincerity that she knows she needs help because basically that's a crazy person. And it's like you gotta, recognize, okay, it's not her. She just kind of crazy or whatever. She going through something. Cause I'm gonna tell you, like, I don't, I'm gonna keep it all the way real. Like, my mother was, she had to go into some mental institution while I was alive. Like, not before I was born or nothing like that. Like she had to go in the crazy, I mean, a mental hospital. You know what I'm saying? And it's like she was dealing with, a lot of stuff. But it's like if you got, you know, something going on and you got kids, you just got to give your kids to the boyfriend or the ex-boyfriend or the husband for a period of time till you get your head together. Like, I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, it becomes a situation where you in men. That's what I'm saying. Like when you come with that weak shit and they basically you letting them dominate you. That's where all this stuff starts because she's looking at it from a situation where she has to be dominant. Some of these women be like, I gotta do whatever it takes to be dominant. Have to do that's what they wake up. That's the chip that they have. I gotta dominate this situation. How am I gonna dominate this situation?
Yeah.
They egotistical, narcissistic, and it's like when you say that they got problems and mental issues that hurts their ego and it wakes them up too, and they possibly can go get help. If you cuss them out and you take things too aggressive, it's a lot of things that could happen. it's some things that can happen that you'll see on the 6 and 10 o'clock news because you put that energy in their ear. That energy you put in their ear, they went there. Like if you just, like I said, negotiate with, got to learn how to talk to someone that if they're crazy, and you say to your homies, my baby mama crazy, she crazy. You got to talk to her just like she is, like what she is, and you know how to talk to a crazy person. You just say, you know, um, can you please go see a therapist? I'll take the kids for a while, you know, every 2 hours out the week. Why don't you just go to a hospital, for a period of time? I'll take the kids, I'll watch them, and then you go take care of your problems. And when you talk on that level, you'll get way more respect than um what you getting in return, and you'll get way more out of the situation. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of these women deal with men that they know they can get away with that. They can get away with that type of energy and all of that type of stuff because they like they like that's what they used to or whatever. But I don't really deal with a lot of women like that, especially now, and I'm not even gonna entertain that. And I'm first sign of anything, you got to nip it in the bud right away because they gonna try to test you, and you'll even bring that out of them and let them harness that shit because you didn't want to deal with the fact that you was a man. You just chose to put your manhood aside just so you can stay in a relationship with this woman. And you know a lot of this stuff comes from that, after you already got children and all that. And I know it's tempting. I mean, I know these women be looking good. I mean, I seen women in Atlanta. Like I've been in Atlanta. I mean, I was there with my ex-wife before we was even married. I mean, they was looking, and I seen them. I know these women are tempting. They have these pants. They got all kind of clothes and stuff like that. They just walking around like, you know, they just ready. And they are ready. And it's like sex might be great. You might be feeling like the best man ever. Like, but at the end of the day, the woman um that that pussy is attached to, so she might be a whole nother can of worms. And that's that's where it becomes a problem. When she stand
Yeah.
up, she start talking, and then way her behavior is, it's just you just I know it's hard to swallow how a bad chick, and I've been with bad chicks, quote unquote. End of the day, man, what I think about is, eh, and I've been through it. You do not want to be coming to pick your kids up, man, and you don't want to deal with your kids crying because they can't figure out why they come get you, why you can't come get them, and they can't talk to you and all this other stuff because you're dealing with some crazy woman, man. That she used her sex, and it's women. They dumb. You gotta understand, women are not dumb. Hell no, they know they got some good pussy. They'll whip that shit, and they'll laugh at how they whipped it on somebody, and they got them. You know what I'm saying? And they got them. They caught them in their web, and they know what they be doing, and they know what they got, and they know how to trap men. Women know how to trap men. They know how to play chess too. Shoot, it's some female grandmasters. It's some female masters. It's some women that'll beat my ass in chess all the way up down Tuesday going into Sunday. They not dumb like you think. Like they might be
Yeah.
crazy. I give you they crazy, but they ain't dumb. They know how
They
to trap men.
they literally you have classes that can teach women how to do this stuff. Like us
Yup.
as men, we
Yeah.
try to shelter the game. You know what they say: the game is to be sold, not told.
Yeah.
It's the reverse. The game is to be told, not sold when it come to men. As far as with the women, oh man, they lacing each other because it's like each one teach one. If you win, I win. I
Yeah.
might not win from a status of you, but looking from what you're accomplishing, they feel as if they won something big, man.
Yeah.
And like we as men don't have that sense of pride. We look at it as, man, shoot, why he doing better than me? Why this
Mm-hmm.
is better? And that's a lot of dudes in the space like that, man. That's
Mm-hmm.
why a lot of guys, that's why I kind of really, walked away from, certain spaces, the manosphere really in general, because it's like we talking and where's the growth? Where's I understand the pitfalls of situations. I understand pitfalls of relationships, but like, how is it going to help me garner my life to be a better man? And I can avoid those pitfalls all day. I
Yeah.
need help being a better me. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a lot of guys with the trade, like you were saying, a woman, she knows the rules of the regulation because it's just like the pimp game. Somebody taught her, her
Yep.
strength, taught
Yep.
her how to move a certain way. Men are not teaching other men how to move. We
No,
protecting them from
no, it's
certain
men.
things.
It's men, like you said, give the game away. It's just
Yeah,
guys don't appreciate it. It's like you said, like somebody that might not have a lot of money, they might not be able to market themselves or whatever. They got insight that other men don't have. That, like, for example, you will have a guy, um, like they'll I'll put names out there like DJ Cuda. DJ
yeah,
Cuda has some experience that other men, even myself, ain't had with women. And he
yeah,
younger. I mean, it just is what it is. I wasn't rocking like that when I was in my 20s. I was just kind of, I had chicks, but I ain't really, had the experiences he had because I just wasn't out there like that. I was just kind of doing something different. But the thing is that they'll look down on somebody because they might not have a lot of money. But this guy can kind of help you in some areas that you need help with because he ain't got that problem you got. He don't have baby mamas, or he don't have no situation where no woman done took all of his money. I mean, obviously, if he ain't really had none, but he won't let that happen most likely because people that ain't never had no money, they when they get money, they definitely ain't trying to give all their money away to no woman. Like I don't think he would do that. I just say that. I might be surprised. I might be wrong, but I doubt it. But the thing is you got guys that got money, but they got terrible um situations of dealing with women in America, and other
yeah,
guys don't. Even myself, I don't. I'm not. I'm not saying that I'm the man when it comes to women in America. I've I've had my moments of time. I have my stuff that I do. I have my life that is definitely personal to me, and I'm not gonna expose it. Some of the people that I know, they know what I do and what I got going on. But it's like at the end of the day, um, I don't really. I found my way of working inside this country. You know what I'm saying, to make it work for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I do the things that I should be doing because like you supposed to go out and, you know, find your little, circle, wherever that is. If that's at the yoga studio, or that's at you playing pool or something at a pool hall, wherever you at, you supposed to find your own circle, like find people that, if you know what I'm saying, like to hang out and go to clubs. I mean, whatever you do, like that's where, you find your peoples at, you know what I'm saying? Like the women that you like, but it could even be at, networking events and stuff. But the thing is that I don't necessarily do a lot of stuff as far as outside the house. But I don't have no problems like these guys got though. That's another thing. Like as far as what you saying with growth, like A lot of these dudes ain't growing. They still got the same problems. They might have money, but they still got the same problems, or they ain't got no. You know what I'm saying? It's all. I get what you're saying, and I totally understand. And it's like at the same time, even if you gonna say you gonna do something, you gotta be an example. You gotta be the first example of, in my opinion, what you talking about. Because if you just talking, you just talking just to be talking. Like, you're not growing. Like you said, you don't have no family, you don't have no wife, you ain't even tried, you ain't got no fiance, nothing. You just out here just you critiquing every situation, but you ain't been in that situation because you people be trying to avoid situations because they talk about it. So it's a way for them to be perfect or
Yeah.
imperfect because they ain't never did it. So it's like,
I
okay, let's say oh, go ahead.
No, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's say if I never got married, I never had no kids, I could just laugh at dudes that got married and got divorced and got kids and be like, yeah, look at you, you know. But then you ain't. If I have never did it, then if I'm in a NBA and one person hit a jump shot and then they miss two, if I ain't never hit no jump shot, and I'm 0 for 0. Like I don't nobody know I could shoot or nothing. I don't have no stats.
Yeah,
People.
that's like a dude. So one, I hear these guys. One, it was killing me how one guy I heard. He said, "Man, I made 6 figures, and chicks don't want to choose me." But I'm like, what type of chicks and what type of environment you putting yourself in? And then another dude, he was saying, like, real cool dude by far, but he's never really was in a committed relationship. And we all kind of got that by the way he would, say certain things. Like he was saying on the panel one time, like, yeah, if I have kids, I would literally make that chick sign off on the paperwork to where the kids would be mine. And I was like, wait a minute, what you say? And he was like, yeah, so the chick will have to give the kid up to me when she have a kid in order for us to be in a relationship. Look, crazy stuff. So we let him know. We was like, dude, we could tell, you know, something wrong with your, train of thought. But then the big question was when I asked him what was the longest relationship he been in, and he kind of, kind of trying to back off from it.
Mhm.
And it was, I think, 6 months was the longest relationship he been in at 30 some years old. And I was like, man, just cut the internet off and go to bed. I'm like, because the mindset that you're thinking in this process is not what reality in life is. No
That would
woman is
work if
gonna
he
give
was
you
a
their child.
millionaire. That would work if he was a
It still
millionaire. But
won't
a
work.
hundred, 100,000, nah.
No
It
chick is
would.
gonna give you their child. It's unless they just something wrong with them, because the mindset of certain chicks,
Yeah, yeah.
she knows she can get more money from you long term keeping the child, and then
Hmm.
a good woman who's looking for the best interest of her child, she would
Hmm.
rather stay with you and reap the benefits than just giving them off alone. So it's like a lot of
Exactly.
times I would tell guys, it's more or less the ones you choose. Like honestly speaking, dog,
Hmm.
so many guys who always had issues, and we would go down the root of their problem. It always derived from them picking the wrong type of woman.
Yep.
It always came back to the same thing. Like,
It's
man, I like this
people.
chick. She fine, like
Hmm.
her body. But you focus more on the body instead of the characteristics that you're really looking for in a wife. Like,
Exactly.
you know, everybody would talk. They was talking junk about Megan Good, about her and that pastor, but Megan had the characteristics of being a wife. Now, as far as her, you know, the way she wasn't clowning, she wasn't wilding while she was with him.
Hmm.
You never really hear anything bad, but she just didn't want to get a girl, the
you
dude, no
you gotta
kids.
what we never left the topic, and the
Yeah,
topic is everything matters. See,
yeah.
everything matters in every situation. Just about
Hmm.
that pastor shouldn't have never got starstruck because Megan Good has a reputation of being like most women like that, like her, like actresses, models, you know, 100 octane type women. They tree
Yeah,
branch. You know, she was basically a tree brancher. So I don't know what makes him think that him being an ordained minister or whatever was going to change that process of behavior. Like you, a
yeah.
lot of times this is why dudes, another dude be like saying, body count don't matter. Those type of dudes that say that or believe that, like, I mean, the thing is that when you look at everything matters, you wouldn't even get married to Megan Good because you would know that most likely she ain't gonna commit to you. Cause you got some women that just like men nowadays. They I mean, they won't ever commit. Like they, you know what I'm saying? They got problems with every relationship they get in. You know, it's just something that I don't know. Just they get bored. I think a lot of women get bored. You know, because it's kind of like what I was talking with earlier. They looking for their next high. You know, and the next person that they get in a relationship with is like a drug, like a new drug. Like a new man is like a new drug for some women. And they get used to even breaking up. Like women get it's like emotional kind of spiritual thing where when a woman's first breakup, like when she probably a teenager, it's really traumatic for her. But after, and that's why a lot of women don't come to my channel because I'm real good. I'm real thorough with this shit. Like I know women's fucking good than I mean, better than probably a pimp. But the thing is that women get used to breaking up, so that trauma that they felt when they was a teenager, they start to get used to it. So then breaking up becomes like easy, you know, and um then actually the whole process becomes like almost damn near automatic to where now you got a chick that don't even give a hell about dudes. Now she can actually even really play men because she'll get with a dude that's weak and try to exploit him or whatever, and then she break up with him, and then he gets traumatized by it. He calling her, crying, cussing, and going through all kind of problems, and she just calm as a butterfly because she not emotionally affected by him. She basically you know ain't really into it like that. She got used to it. You know, a lot of chicks that are um hoes are, you know, like that. They or just say sluts. They, or let's just say thoughts. They like that. They get used to because they didn't been with so many guys. They, you know, last week they had a train. Next week they had a threesome. They went to an orgy party last month. They get used to just kind of dealing with men and not being kind of like almost like a escort, not being emotionally attached to the men. And then another thing, this is why dudes should be very careful about, you know, dealing with women like that. They will, they don't want, they know they don't want to be, they know they don't make good mothers because they like having fun and like, you know, dealing with different men. That's fun to them. And a lot of women like that are not really good mothers, even if they have the kid. A lot of them just have multiple abortions because they they know they don't want to be locked down with no baby. You know, they
It,
want to
it,
have the fun of
it comes
being.
from that nurturing spirit, man. A lot of chicks nowadays, they don't have that nurturing spirit. It was always a rite of passage to where unspoken rite of passage to where if your parents had other kids, you were gonna raise those kids. You was gonna help your brother. You was gonna help your sister. You was gonna do things to progress them and take the load off your parents. That was always like a rite of passage thing, especially for girls. Girls are gonna help cook. Girls are gonna make sure that their brother, little brother, or sister is taken care of. It was a rite of passage. So you got that nurturing spirit. Nowadays, these chicks don't want to do nothing for their siblings. Like this girl I know, her daughter, smart as crap. Her daughter goes, she's in middle school. They have a program where she goes to elementary school and help the younger kids.
Mm-hmm.
And when the other sister she try to help her brothers and sister, she won't do it. She's like, that's not. She feels like that's not her job. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
She got a
I
video.
mean, yeah, this young a lot of these young chicks they breaking the woman code and they teaching the young chicks and the dirty laundry of the older chicks that don't want to say nothing.
Yeah,
This is from a woman telling you what I've been telling you and the other guys that's dating coaches and stuff like that has been telling y'all for like years now. And y'all like listening to women. So here we go.
To give you 5 things where men go wrong at when it comes to women. Number one is letting her play the victim. Now, a lot of men are always apologizing to their woman over stuff that they've done nothing wrong on. If your woman cannot own up to her mistakes, then that's not the type of woman that you need to be with. You should.
Exactly. So we gonna give definitely. I got my laptop today because I started this. My phone was low on battery. But we gonna give this the first bomb. I mean, we still talking about the same thing. I mean, one of the biggest important financial decisions you gonna make is who you choose to carry on your legacy with, who you gonna have your children with, who you gonna be married to. Even if you don't get married, who you gonna have a relationship with because you gonna be goddamn it dropping the drip off in the chick, and then you gonna get some babies. You gotta just keep it real. Everything matters. Tomorrow, everything might not matter, but today, everything matters. You get with a chick, you gonna probably get her pregnant. Most likely, you're gonna probably get her pregnant. If you don't get her pregnant, okay, you luck up or whatever. But most guys, they cannot control they pull out. It
yep.
gonna get the chick pregnant, man. Even me, I'm gonna be the first person to tell you. Um, I mean, Abdul, the broke genius, he got his pullout game is non-existent. I mean, I that whole pump and dump, like you got to know how to freaking pull out to in order to accomplish that. And you know what, I'm that's on Ramil. He should have had some pull out, a book on
Instructions.
instructions on the pull out method. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure quite a few of them dudes, man, probably got kids on the way right now, if not already some kids trying to try trying to trying to pump and dump. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women really are, like you said, they done had courses. Women got courses too. They got little, game channels for women and all of that. They got everything men got plus more. And a pussy. And a
Yep.
mouth. I
Yep.
mean,
That's
you got no defense and a booty and titties. I
my.
mean,
It was crazy. My aunt, she fooled around like this chick that my brother know. She didn't pay her rent, and my brother was staying with her. Like they was cool friends. He tried to help her out, so stay with each other. But Shawty didn't cook. She didn't clean. She always went out to eat. Then when she lost her job, she wasn't paying the bills. So my brother about to get ready to kick her out. So she was talking to my aunt. She kind of came to my aunt like trying to be like woman to woman. Can I just get like $50 and this and that, and I'll pay it back to you? And my
mhm,
aunt was like, "You a woman?" She's like, "You got what's between your legs as good as gold." And I
yeah,
looked at my aunt, I was like, "What?" And she was
yeah,
like, "Man, no woman should be walking on this green earth broke when you got money between your legs."
yeah,
She was like, "Men will pay for it." And
yeah,
it was crazy they say that because she literally told my aunt she had this young dude. Well, now it was an older cat. It was an older cat. All he wanted to do was just eat the box. He
Yeah.
was giving her like $50 or whatever to eat the box, but she was like, it was kind of weird because she felt like it wasn't no relate. She wanted to connect with him or something like that. You
Yeah.
know, she was on some young jump, like trying to connect with him. I guess I don't know, but whatever she was feeling or trying to do, she's like she didn't want to do it because she didn't get no connection with him. And I'm like, you need money and you don't know how to hustle. Like your connections are limited. And
Right.
this guy did it a couple of times. And so my aunt, I heard, I'm in their ear hustling and heard her. And she was like, well, you broke and you complaining about money when somebody trying to give you money, but you don't want to take it because, you have such pride. She was like,
Hmm.
people that are dead have pride. People that are broke have pride. You humble
Yeah.
yourself by doing what you need to do.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
And
I
it's
was like,
and it's and it's like, man, it's this one of my homies, his friend, um, we all friends. I mean, I just know him through my friend or whatever, and we ain't really get along because he was just kind of on something totally different. Like he was just out there just wilding. When I was younger, but and he still do the same thing. So he be struggling, like he be living in his car and he got to come in my friend house to go take a shower and stuff and living on people couches and stuff. And his his um his baby mama got like some kids, and she fell on hard times and she had to live somewhere. So basically his cousin, his aunt, she moved in with them, and his cousin like in his 20s or something. And now it's crazy because his cousin lived with his mama still, and they're in the same house. And you know the rest. I mean, he got a white chick in his house, you know. I mean, kids is there, kids go to sleep, whatever, or they playing. He in there with his damn baby mama. It's some Jerry Springer shit, but I hate to mention it, but it's like it's just crazy, like what be going on, man. I mean, and it's like, he brought that on himself because I mean he don't like it, but this is the life he chose. Like these are the actions that he chose to take, and it's like he probably thought the best was gonna happen, but people need a place to stay. They gonna do whatever it takes. She don't gotta do that, but she a woman. She she get she got feelings, emotions, and urges too. And your cousin is younger, probably like a younger version of you, and he right there for the taking. I mean, it's like on some Black Snake Moan type shit. And it's like, man, it's just like this is crazy, man. I'm like, I mean, the stuff that be going on, it just wow. But I mean, guys don't be listening to after the fact. I mean, like he about my age, so it's late. It's already set in for him. But a lot of young guys, they don't listen to you. Like it ain't hardly nobody listening to this. It should be 500 people with eyeballs like looking at this, but they looking at whatever the hell they want to look at, you know. And it's like
that,
they don't come back until what I'm saying, they bump their head and something happened, and then you hear them talking about telling a horror story on somebody else panel about how they
yeah,
messed up, you know.
the old bull, young bull conversation that always get thrown out when you doing good or you feel as if you better or in a situation better than somebody. And it's like a lot of dudes to a degree. I don't see them in a sense of growth, man. Like I'm not the same dude I was in high school. Like, when I was in high school, I was trying to run through them the best I could. I wasn't never no player type dude, but I would see guys like get all these chicks and try to run through them. So that was like my goal. Like I was shaped on that. Uncles were talking about running through chicks. Then after a while, I was like, it never really felt like that was me. To a point when I got out of high school and started making money and started being around a lot of older men, they was like, man, when you get to my age, man, like smashing all them chicks was cool when I was young. But he was like, a lot of guys like, man, if I could take it back, I went on and got married. Even the guys that were married, they was like, yeah, man, I wasted a lot of time playing around and I really didn't know the game. That's why I got married young. I got married at 25. I knew I wanted a family. My pops, he passed when I was young. So I knew I wanted to be there for my kids. So that
Mhm.
was a lot of stuff that was instilled in me as a young man to kind of live my life older than what I should be. Like even though my wife, she like only 4 years older than me, but I like older chicks because they're more mature than the younger. I dealt with younger chicks. I dealt with chicks my age, and the maturity level that I was on, they wasn't there. I had to wait for them to catch up or just date older.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. It's like, man, I'm just kind of like in a situation where I'm like understanding. I probably I probably got to move around. Like, I don't know where exactly, but definitely move around at least because um I think Chicago is just, even where I'm at now, just don't really get along with these people. Like it just seems indifferent. I mean, it's like I just need to
Yeah.
move around, like just travel, you know what I'm saying? Then maybe get my bearings because I think like if you just ain't got it together or whatever, that I could understand that. But if you got it together and you know your value, you probably gotta just go to somewhere else. I bet if I go to Atlanta, I probably go to Atlanta for like a week. I mean, not
The,
my
the best thing
situation
for
has
you to
changed.
do, go to Atlanta. I wouldn't go to anywhere in the city of Atlanta. I will go on the outskirts, and if you do go to anything in the city, kind of stay away from the major event places. Go to like a lot of small mom and pop places. Like that's where I found a lot of humble, decent chicks when I was dating. Even now, when I just be kicking it with my boys or something like that, it'd be a whole bunch of humble like that. If we go to the big loud places, that's where you get the boss chicks, you know, the what you got
Divas.
on my 40 type chicks. And I was like, dang, I told my homeboys, I'm like, man, y'all got it bad. Like out of all my homeboys, I think two of them not married.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yep. The rest of them, they pretty much married. We just go to kick it, drink, go to a sports bar, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I
I
mean,
think,
it's
like I say, the rural areas are better for men to try to find women because they low key, they want to be like these boss chicks, but you got to break away from your home values and
yeah.
going out there wilding out. And
Right.
when you see chicks in crowds, that's what diminishes their real truth because those crowded chicks, they going for the celebrity status. They ready
Hmm.
to turn up, spend some money, or get somebody to spend money on them. But the more subtle chicks, they have their money, they respect themselves, they dress nice. They don't, wear those skimpy skirts and wilding out. They wear nice, long dresses to an extent to your knees. They, either they got a pants some on or whatever, but they're dressing appropriate. Like what they say is, it's like if you show me everything on the date, I don't
Hmm.
have nothing to look forward to when we go to the bedroom. I
Yeah.
seen your butt. I seen all your titties. So it's
Yeah.
like that
My
type.
favorite type of woman is a spiritual, business minded woman. Like that's the most valued woman to me. And they ain't
Yeah,
even just to me because all of these chicks be married and they get married quick even if they single because
yeah,
you got the best of both worlds. You got intelligence, you business minded, and you got some type of fear of God. You God fearing. Those women they be most of the time they be already married. One, two, they the most valued women in my opinion. Like those are the women that Kevin Samuels was talking about, high value women, because they got a good understanding. They know they dress modest. They might dress a little sexy, but they pretty much got they more even. Um, if you get down to chameleons, or they might be some chameleons in there, but if you get down to it, you can see a chick that she probably is not with nobody. She might be kind of like business focused. She might have a boyfriend on the side. That's where you gotta do some other stuff, because see, here's the thing, right? I believe in investigation. I believe I believe in getting a private investigator before you get married. Like some
Yeah.
people, your boy, the lead attorney, he believes in prenups. That's cool. I'm down with that. But even with the prenup, I say spend another 1,500, get you a private investigator, hire him for like about a month, and he ain't got to work the whole month because that's gonna cost more. He just give him a month to get some information. You know what I'm saying, on really how the chick live. He gonna give you some stuff to leave in her purse or leave in her wallet or whatever, some listening devices, so you can hear the conversations when she's not around you. When she's with her girlfriends, and you not around, how they talk about you, how she really thinks about you. You know what I'm saying? And that might break your heart. That might hurt you. But because you got a couple questions. You can like tell, but then you gonna have to explain you done hired a private investigator. But because you gonna have to ask it, damn, why you really think that I ain't worth shit?
Yeah.
Because that's what
It'll save you some headache, man. With a lot of guys, if they were to do that, like, more or less, I didn't get to the point of really checking my wife's phone, but I would always like just, you know, sneak around the house, hear little conversations. I would talk to her family, and
Mhm.
that's how, because outside of just talking with her and dealing with the family that likes her, I want to
Mhm.
know the family that don't like her. Like,
Yeah.
what you got to say?
Now here's the thing though. If you know your chick, you know yourself. Like if you got a chick that like to, I just I feel guilty, man, just giving all like everything, because people just. But I'ma just, it's cool, it's cool. If you got a chick that she always laid up with you, she always want to be around you. She ain't really got no friends even. um and you kind of pretty much, she always want to be around you, like she just want to be laid up like a little puppy. um you pretty much can say, hey, this chick pretty much, she really wants your boy. All right, yeah, like you kind of can tell, and it's genuine, it's not phony, ain't no chameleon stuff. Um, and then she, what I'm saying, y'all might, play or whatever, but she's pretty respectful or whatever. She knows her boundaries. I mean, you really ain't gotta. I say that in that case, and probably a few cases, you ain't gotta probably hire no fucking investigator. Okay, she is who she is, unless she on some like deep evil, because that would be a evil woman, like a spy, something, like if she just like that around you, and then she get on the bat phone, and then she really trying to set you up, and that goes into another realm that is possibility, but most cases that's a
You
place out of a
remember the
genuine.
basketball player, dude? He
Mhm.
got set up like that. I mean, not basketball, but baseball player. When the chick, she was on the news and they was reading the text messages, her friend snitched her out and told him like, yeah, she set him up to get, to have mess around with him just to have kids and marry him and then get that money. And so
Mhm.
she didn't have no shame in her game. Like that type
Mm,
of money, he was worth 50 million. Private investigator would have been nothing for him.
yeah. So in the case, we'll just this is a general rule: prenup, private investigator, PPI. You know, shit. That's all. Just keep it like that. Just cover your grounds. You know, Murphy's law. If it could happen, it's a possibility it could happen. Especially because it's just this country, man. If this country wasn't so jacked up like that, like it should be. I mean, it would probably sound like communism to some women, but probably even men. Women shouldn't get no more than about $500 a month. Like that should be like it should be a standard rate that women get for each kid. Like like no more than $500 a month because a baby don't need that much. And really a kid don't need that much because you shouldn't need to, you know what I'm saying? One, you should be modest. You shouldn't be like, okay, I'm gonna buy me a multi-million dollar mansion and get I want $5,000 a month because I got your kid. That's really like dangerous because you're telling the government is saying we're gonna make you basically marry this woman. That's really what they're trying to do. And if you really see it, like they're really telling you, okay, the new marriage is your seed. And that really, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna keep it real with you. A lot of people don't know other religions and shit. So in Islam, sex and marriage is the same thing. So if you know, you not if you the actual if you have sex, you're married. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the word sex and marriage is the same word because when you get married, you're supposed to consummate your wife that same day, really after you get married or whatever. But the thing is that the court system in the United States is forcing men to be married that they have sex with by proxy of child support because they making child support be um the new marriage alimony or whatever because
I'm gonna drop down. I'll be back.
okay because like they got it where you got all of these different variances of what you're gonna pay in child support and the dude that got the most money to lose, they paying more for child support. So if you rich or if you make a lot of money from your job, let's just say you got a good job, you work at the railroads and you make $80,000 a year and you live down south or something where it don't really cost that much. The court system makes money off of child support as well. So they gonna try to ask you for $1,800 a month for just one kid because they're prorating it off of your income. So you're penalized because you make so much money. And of course, okay, ideally what is going to the kid, but not so much so. They can't they don't have a rule that you have to use the money, the mother have to use the money for this reason or that purpose, or they have to account for this and all that. They don't have to do that. I mean, if they're a negligent parent, you have to prove that in the court of law. Um, Actually ain't even a court of law in child support court, which is almost very much like kangaroo court from what I've seen. So it's like basically you are penalized for making a higher income that the court is going to take more money out of you than what the child needs to even survive. So, like for example, the child they taking $1,800 out of your paycheck, you know, um, for a month. So it's like $900 per paycheck. The woman don't even have to. A lot of cases, the woman don't even have to work. She's just basically a full-time homemaker without a husband. And it's like, okay, that's the world that exists in America with child support, which is crazy because it's like almost like basically the court system by proxy of your income makes her be what she already should have been, a homemaker. But she don't have to, you don't have to be there. All it has to be there is that direct deposit from your account to the state to give to her. And it's weird. It's like if you really think about this shit, it's like crazy. It is like really insane. And it's like it's kind of unavoidable. And that's why dudes be kind of scared and shit. And I understand that. Because it's really like if you even if you choose right, it's kind of unavoidable. It really is. If you want to have if you want to have take the risk of having a child. And especially how you dudes are, most dudes are very risky because they live risky lives. And the chicks that they choose are risky women. And they definitely trying to get pregnant. And they're getting pregnant. And it's like dudes be literally just, you know, just caught because obviously you're gonna have sex and they getting caught with good sex. I mean, they getting caught, man, for being horny on a Saturday. And then it's like, okay, they going to court and it's like, okay. In some cases, maybe the chick wanted to be with him. I don't know. I don't really. Some of the chicks, the dude didn't really even want the chick. It was just some good pussy on a Saturday, and it's like, yeah, they good pussy on a Saturday. You got kids that's gonna be involved in that situation. You're a pretty healthy guy. She's pretty healthy as well. She gonna get pregnant, and then now you're on the hook for child support. You don't know how to negotiate with her because you don't necessarily have to pay no child support if you know how to talk. Possibly, I mean, it's she can. You got some women that just automatically just file child support because they already kind of know how the court system works. They get coached by their aunt, their mother, grandmother, cousins, friends. Yeah, you gonna get this much. Yeah. How much he make, girl? Oh, and then you tell your woman how much you make. She knows how much money you make. I mean, she knows where you work. You know what I'm saying? Like she literally, let's think about this, right? Let's think about this. Your The woman that you argue with, she knows where you work. She knows what you do for a living, and she knows how much you get paid. And you told her 9 times out of 10. Or, okay, she just knows where you work, and then, she knows what you do or whatever. Okay. Might be, okay, I give you, if you live in a small town and you ain't really that much jobs in the area, plants and stuff, and obviously she know you work at the plant in the Chrysler plant. Okay, they know how much people make at the Chrysler plant. Okay, boom. Okay, I mean, obviously you know you got that's what you got going on. I mean, obviously it's nothing you can avoid with that. Okay, I get you that. Okay, but here's another thing, right? This is what we try. Everything matters. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Okay. If you see a woman walking, that's 100% chance she's gonna put you on child support for the most part, unless you can just get along with her. You gonna have to keep her in, in your house, or you're gonna have to get an apartment for her. You gotta be if you just leave her by her side, she's going to file child. She's gonna figure out a way to file child support on you. You know, I mean, you gotta put her in an apartment, and you gotta call it for what it is. I mean, I'm probably most likely gonna want to have an abortion. I'm not pro abortion. Okay, so that it's been a minute since I gave that memo, but yeah, I'm not. That's why I really don't even be doing the shit that I'm trying to tell you not to do, or trying to kind of show you about everything mattering, because you know the way you do it, and I'm just like trying to kind of go in your shoes of a dude that just how I used to be, but I used to wear rubbers, just meet random chicks that look good and then try to sleep with them. And it's like, okay, just imagine there's no rubber on. I mean, obviously, again, you're a healthy dude. What makes you think you're not gonna get her pregnant? Okay, she's healthy, eating neck bones and collard greens and beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, and all that. I mean, that's pretty healthy sustenance to be healthy. Okay, she's 25, so she's very relatively young. She's going to get pregnant. Okay, um, memo, she's going to get pregnant. So instead of you just basically, honestly catering to her, you got enough money, you work, you make 45, or no, you make 58 at the Ford plant in Tougaloo Boogaloo. Okay. And then you basically, um, she don't really make that much. She work at the Piggly Wiggly. And everybody kind of know everybody, whatever. You know, I mean, you could just, I mean, basically move her in an apartment. All right. She, as long as she can, how this could work is if she doesn't um do these things in this video that I'm about to play, that she basically follows your direction and everything like that. She's a nice chick. She just so happened to be walking and you picked her up. She's a genuinely nice person, a nice woman. All right, you put her in a damn apartment, and then you basically just pay for her rent, and then she works already, so she gets groceries and everything like that. You just kind of help her out. You coach her, you help her out. She's most likely not, and then you still give her what she enjoys. You know what I'm talking about. All right. And she's not gonna put you on child support, because you taking care of her, and she knows you taking care of her. She most likely is not going to put you on child support. If she's trying to control you, manipulate you, yes, it's unavoidable. You might be delaying the inevitable. Okay. But the thing is that when it comes down to it, she's probably not going to put you on child support if she's not manipulative, if she's genuine. She's just going to ride it out with you. Okay. Now, she might not like the fact that you most likely probably is going to be cheating. You're going to be not even cheating. You're going to be with other women. That's the part where she's going to be kind of pissed off. Um, you got to tell her, don't worry about that. You know, I'm just trying to do the right thing. I still want to be with you, whatever this is, the situation. She understands, because basically you just giving her child support already, because you're doing what you would be doing already, but trying to maintain the situation. She's not cheating on you. She's basically, you know, your main chick, and you got other chicks. She knows you with other chicks and all of that. She's, spending time, whatever. but you still have her. You maintain her. She's not gonna put you on child support, man. You know what I'm saying? You could even marry the broad. You can marry her. It's like, hey, we gonna get a house, and you can still live your same exact life that you were living while she was in the apartment. Y'all in the house. She gonna get used to it. She probably gonna be upset about it, and after a while, whatever, maybe not. But you gotta know how to communicate, man. You gotta know how to, do what you gotta do, man, to get your point across and everything. And it's like a lot of times you'll be surprised. Women like this, they're living this life already. You know what I'm saying? Because every dude ain't dumb. They know how to avoid situations, man. And I feel kind of guilty, man, because I don't know why you didn't probably think of this in the first place. I mean, a lot of you guys, it's already too late. But the thing is that yeah, I'm gonna play these 5 things that women do, and you should watch out for. Let's go.
To give you 5 things where men go wrong at when it comes to women. Number 1 is letting her play the victim. Now, a lot of men are always apologizing to their woman over stuff that they've done nothing wrong on. If your woman cannot own up to her mistakes, then that's not the type of woman that you need to be with. You should not be the one apologizing for everything, especially when you've done nothing wrong. Number 2 is letting her play you like you're stupid. Now, you have a nice head on your shoulders. Let's use it. Don't let her play with your intelligence. No, scratch that. Don't even stick around to be with a woman that's going to play with your intelligence. Number 3 is letting her do what she wants when she wants. Now, when you let a woman start doing what she wants whenever she wants, she's going to do that. And the minute that you try and be like, hey, I really don't want you to do that, she's going to make you seem like you're the bad guy, because it's like, you let me do it all before. Why are you trying to control me now? It's not about control. It's about respect. Once you get into a relationship.
And this is not like you do this after the fact. A lot of dudes try to do this shit after the fact. So, like, for example, the dude that was with Keke Palmer, he tried to do the after the fact, stop trying to let her do whatever she wants to. She's already established doing whatever she wanted to while you met her, before you met her. That's what she's doing after she meets you, and you let her get away with it because you steady was with her. That ain't what she talking about. That's like basically before you even establish a relationship, y'all get serious. You let her do this. You let her get away with everything. When y'all get in a relationship, y'all done already had a baby for sure. She's still gonna do whatever she wants to because that's what she used to. And here's the thing: women get with men that they can do these things with because that's what they want to do. They don't want no responsible man. They don't even want a man that works in corporate America, because even a man that works in corporate America, most likely, the average guy ain't gonna be putting up with that type of shit. Like, he just not. You're not about to put up with no chick talking about she gonna do whatever she want to. I'll just say this: it ain't got nothing to do with corporate America. I don't know what the motherfuckers do, but the thing is that at the end of the day, um, even a man that don't even make millions of dollars a year is not gonna tolerate a chick that's a millionaire actor doing whatever the fuck she wants to do. Okay, it doesn't matter if she's an actor, it doesn't matter if she's a millionaire, doesn't even fucking matter what she is. A man ain't gonna tolerate a woman doing whatever the fuck she wants to unless she is already doing whatever the fuck she wants to, and the dude just continuously deals with her. Like, you know, most of the time women like that do not deal with men that are responsible and don't tolerate that, because they want to look for somebody that they can do whatever they want to with. So that's why women avoid responsible men and men that know their worth.
Your decisions are not your own anymore. Number 4 is letting her talk to you any kind of way. Now, you get enough of that at your job and not in these streets. You do not need to take that from your woman. It's either she's going to learn how to talk to you, or she's going to have to learn how to live without you. Number Number 5 is giving her everything that she wants. I say this because once you start spoiling your woman, she gets used to that. I'm not saying don't spoil her at all. Just don't make it an everyday thing, because there may come a time where you can't spoil her. And that's going to be weird to her, because it's like you did it all before. Why you can't do it now? And that may cause problems depending on what type of woman you have.
Yeah, so that's that, man. That's that science.
Message.
So yeah, I mean it is what it is. Like um everything matters. Like how you start the relationship is pretty much how you end it in most cases. Um, again, women get used to breaking up with men. That's becomes almost second nature to them. It's like a hurt feeling that they get used to. Um, some women even like it. I would even say it goes into that realm. They like breaking up because they want that feeling again. I don't know, man. It's weird. Going to psychology and shit is weird as hell. But the thing is that they themselves, um, you know, men that have worth, that know their value, that are responsible, that are not financially inept to the point where they need a chick to take care of them financially. Those men, women avoid those men because those men cannot be manipulated. All of these dramatic situations and scenarios and all of this shit is pretty much avoidable. Grandpa that stood on business, that took care of things, he didn't have those crazy scenarios. He might have had some situations where he dealt with a woman that, basically the grandma that stood on business, he didn't have those scenarios where even his wife would be pregnant by somebody else and nothing like that. No, 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 no. That was the grandpa that just let grandma do whatever she wanted to or say whatever she wanted and all that. And then he'll just go upside her head or something, some crazy shit. Well, grandpa that just stood on his, business and everything, stood on his house and everything. He ain't have all these scenarios. It wasn't it wasn't all these crazy ass scenarios and child support shit and all of that. It was just in his house and his wife was in his house and he might have died first or she did or whatever. And that's how it went. It's pretty static. They had children, they raised the children, went to graduations and all of that, graduation parties. I mean, that's how it goes. Like, I mean, a lot of that stuff is from a man that he just feels that he wants to deal with it because he thinks that that's the way to go. And unfortunately, women have gotten used to that and they are accustomed to that. And men that again that stand on their throne with the iron fist, they avoid. And the women that are submissive and very soft and genuine and loving and caring and God fearing, they are intrigued by men that stand on their throne with the iron fist because basically those men they can live a certain life with that um you know other women would just look in and envy that type of life. And it's not even just the materials and trappings and all of that. It's a certain type of certain type of enjoyment you're gonna get out of that type of situation, and they know it, and women know it. They just it's just like this is the thing, right? And this just goes into women with other women as far as like their peer group. Basically, when a woman gets with a man and she knows how to be submissive and She knows how to really enjoy that woman, that man's company, and live a cohesive existence with that man. Other women are envious because they know they can do that too. It's not that women do understand they can be submissive and everything like that. They are envious and jealous towards other women that have men, you know, that are, pretty much they're living a good existence. They're, living a good life because they those women could have, had that same guy. That's why they're envious. They know it's guys that kind of look just like that guy, act just like that guy, and they don't talk to them or they haven't talked to them. And the way they play things is being dominant, being modern women and all of that type of shit. And that doesn't work for them, and that didn't work for those men that they didn't even value and choose, or didn't, or try to stay clear of because they knew about their ways and everything. um they feel some type of way about it. It's just like, it's kind of like a woman or a man that looks at another man life or lifestyle and be kind of envious or feel some type of way about it because, the guy just he put in work for some years. He put in hard, a lot of struggle, a lot of pain, heartache, cold nights, hot nights, all of that he put up with, dirty nights, days of, you know, all kind of struggle, um, and he don't see that. He just sees the end of the situation. He don't see the story. He just sees the glory. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people, that's what they don't see. They just see the glory. They don't see the story. The story is why the glory is there. They don't see that. They just see the glory. Now, the thing is that, that's the same thing with a lot of women. They look at the woman, and they try to judge themselves and be like, "Damn, I could get him," and all of that. And it's like, well, your pussy might be able to possibly, but your attitude cannot keep that man. Your attitude cannot um even stay with that man past a day, a week, without you opening your mouth up and saying some stupid shit. It's like um it's just, it's a tripped out situation, but it happens all the time. It happens every single day, you know. But anyway, I've been on here for quite a long time. I'm going to close this one on out and leave you with something here.
While you figuring out how to get to the next level, nobody listens to you. Nobody listens to you, and then you do it, and then people seem to ask, bro, how did you do it? All this shit that I've been telling you and showing you along the whole fucking way. Like, I'm gonna tell you the same exact shit that I've been telling you all this time. Only the difference is now I'm here now, so I'm not as accessible as I was this whole time I was trying to tell you to do it. So now I'm gonna charge you.